past, when lying to his audience, what crazy things can he get them to believe? He does it irresponsibly to pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory destabilizes normativity, gender binary, and the nuclear family. James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. He used to believe in something, what happened? Mills for liberty. Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. A Gnostic sex cult, one inch from reality. He's totally lost it. What can we do but mock him relentlessly? It's not a Gnostic sex cult, James. No, it's not. Stop lying to your audience. No, it's not. It's not Gnostic, James. Mary Nardini tells us queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Catch up, James. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. Whoa. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. To pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory stabilizes normativity, gender binary, and the nuclear family. But James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. Is to believe in something. What happens for liberty? Gnostic sex cult, building its own world. The Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality. He's totally lost it. What can we do but mock him relentlessly?
Well, happy Friday, guys. We did it. We made it through another week, and now it is time for happy hour. And thank God it's time for happy hour, because it's hot as hell outside in New Hampshire. Oh my God. Like I walked outside. I was outside for like 20 minutes and my hair is like, this is why like I used to shave my head, right? Because it's just so much nicer. You don't have to worry about like, you go outside, your hair looks perfectly fine. And then you go outside and then your hair all of a sudden looks crazy. And then I got to go like this a bunch of times to kind of make it look like I have sex hair when in fact I have not had sex. I may have sex later, but I've not had sex yet today. It is just hot. No, it's really actually very warm outside. And I had to go outside to go get the beer. Of course. Did my face recover from laughing last night? I think so. Last night was something, wasn't it? Hey, we're going to talk about Phil. Well, yeah, we're going to talk about Phil. I have Phil on Phil is number 2 on the list of stupid men that I need to talk about before we get even into the content of today's show. We have not one but two stupid man of the week. Maybe that should just be like a recurring theme for my content. Maybe like every week on Happy Hour, I should start this new feature or something like stupid men behaving stupidly or something like that. But we are going to talk about this. And yeah, I mean, it's actually funny about him because he really could benefit from a few Socialism Saturdays. Isn't that the truth? All right, guys, we're going to do things a little bit out of order today because what I would like to do is do the vote on the beer first. And then I've got some stuff I want to talk about. But I will show you what we're going to be listening to today. And this is going to be a listening day because, I thought given that the world is going to hell in a handbasket, given that the country is falling apart, given that the president has dementia, which we now clearly know the president has dementia. If anyone had any questions, Biden has dementia. Biden is not running the country because he has dementia. If it couldn't be any more clear, we are totally fucked. And the right is not doing anything of value, and everyone's just screaming and crying and complaining and canceling each other, and people who legitimately should be working together are instead trying to dunk on each other on Twitter because that's what men with teeny tiny little penises do is they have to compensate for like the teeny tiny little penis by like insulting senior citizens on Twitter. And so I just thought today we would jump off the diving board headfirst into the most dystopian shit on the internet. Usually I reserve the most dystopian shit on the internet for Socialism Saturday. No, we're going for it because this is happy hour and you're all supposed to have alcohol. Okay, maybe just I have alcohol, but at least one of us has alcohol. And so we're going to be listening to some gender nihilism propaganda today, some queer and narco-communist gender nihilism propaganda. I have 3 things pulled up because they're each about like 20 to 30 minutes. One of them is called Gender as a Weapon, Coercion, Domination, and Self-Determination. The second one is called Gender Nihilism, an Anti-Manifesto. And the third one is called Beyond Negativity, What Comes After Gender Nihilism? So if you guys haven't been keeping up with the Inner Circle podcast that I've done, you can find that over on my Substack, which is carlin.substack.com. I recently did a 3-part podcast on the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. This is one of the documents that is guiding gender activism that no one knows about, no one has read. James Lindsay doesn't know about this. Phil Labonte definitely doesn't know about this because he's a low IQ retard. And this document is so important. This document is quoted in gender ideology trainings over and over and over again, or if it's not a direct quote, they're taking from the language and you're kind of seeing the same theme show up over and over and over again. We heard this document quoted at the Socialism Conference. Our favorite associate professor of nursing at DePaul University, Mary Bowman, who was a presenter at the Socialism Conference that just said every quiet part out loud. She was quoting directly from this document, which I didn't know at the time, but I do know now that I've read the document. So if you have not yet caught up on that 3-part series of the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto, don't worry, you won't be totally lost. But the stuff we're going to listen to today is kind of like what comes next. And this is already some pretty crazy stuff. So I want to learn about gender nihilism. Human Centipede's been trying to get me to look at this gender nihilism stuff for a while. What comes after that? And apparently gender communism comes after gender nihilism. Or I don't know the logic of the order. I would have thought nihilism might come second, but okay, we'll see what comes after that. And so that is what we're going to be listening to today, ladies and gentlemen. And so you can make sure you have your fair warning and make sure you have some alcohol. Now, before we do get into that, no, let's do this first. Before we get into that, I want to do the vote on the beer. So I've got a couple things. I want to do the vote on the beer because I want something to drink. And then I have 2 orders of business. I have 2 stupid men doing stupid things of the week that I want to talk about. So just humor me because we're going to do the beer vote first, and then we're going to talk about men being stupid on the internet, and then we're going to do gender nihilism. Is that okay with everyone? Everyone on board? Please mount the like button if you have not already. I would appreciate it. Let me tell you about the beer I just got back from the store with. I'm actually really excited about a couple of these beers. The first one, I'm going to go from light to dark, I think. The first one, you guys are going to love this. Check this out. This is from 309 Beer Design. This is a New Hampshire brewery. They're in Londonderry. Oh no, I guess it's well. So here's why I said it says 309 on it, which is the inversion of 603 because the area code in New Hampshire is 603. But then under the text it says 603 Brewery. So I don't know. Maybe they need to make up their minds on that one. So we'll go with 603 Brewery, Londonderry, New Hampshire, and this is a Princess Bride beer, as you wish, with Wesley and Buttercup as strawberries on the beer can. You know this was designed by a woman. This is going to be a strawberry wheat ale. I love strawberry beer in the summer. I really like strawberry rhubarb beer in the summer, but strawberry beer in the summer will suit me just fine. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with the wheat, but sometimes it's like touch or go. Could be really good, could be really not so great. But I'm excited to try that one. That's going to be our As You Wish strawberry wheat beer. Next one, I'm also fairly certain was designed by a woman. This is called Katie's Love Poem, and it's from Switchback Brewery, which is in Burlington, Vermont. And it's not usually like, I'm pretty sure Switchback sold out to like a major beer manufacturer a couple years ago, and I haven't had them in a long time. And usually when like a small brewery sells out to like a big manufacturer, their beer goes to shit. And so I usually just stop drinking it. So I haven't had Switchback in like a long time, but this seems to be like some sort of special edition beer that they did that I'm kind of excited to try because it has a smoke-o-meter of 35%. Has anyone ever had a smoked beer? Smoked beer can either be really good or really bad. And it says an enchantingly effervescent Polish-style smoked wheat ale. So this is going to be a smoked wheat beer. And again, it kind of looks like it was designed by a woman. So that gives me pause, but it also is a smoked beer, which is a rather masculine beer. So I'm intrigued to try that one. That is our second choice, the smoked wheat beer. The third choice, actually, this one probably should have been fourth, but well, whatever. I'm not going to switch up the order now. The third choice is going to be an Imperial Porter. This, I believe, is also from a New Hampshire brewing company. Let me see. I think this is a White Mountains brewery. Hobbs Brewing. Yep, White Mountains. White Mountains in New Hampshire, where Victor used to live when we first met. And before we got married, I used to be up there all the time. If you've never been to the White Mountains, it is awesome. This is called Lodge Life, a Baltic-style porter, a smooth and creamy dark lager with notes of milk chocolate and caramel. So that's going to be our Imperial Porter. Imperial means it's a little bit more alcoholic than the most. And so if you want to see me get drunk real quick, probably vote for that one. It wouldn't be my first choice, but you guys are in control. You guys can tell me what beer to drink, and that's fine. And the last one, someone told me the other day to go get a peanut butter stout for the debate, and I just forgot. And then I was going to ask Victor to buy me peanut butter whiskey because I was like, why don't I just get like really, really, really drunk for the debate? And then I forgot to ask Victor to buy me peanut butter whiskey. So I was left on my own devices with leftover beer last night, but someone did give me beer money, I think earlier this week. And they said, Carlin, go get yourself a nice peanut butter beer. And I'm like, yes, thank you. I will. Absolutely. This is one of my favorite peanut butter beers that I've had. This is from Rock the Barrel Brewing. Are they in New Hampshire? I think they're in New Hampshire. Derry, New Hampshire. Of course. This is a peanut butter cookie porter with lactose, so it's very peanut buttery, but it's also got some creaminess to it because it's got lactose in it. So these are our four options, guys. We're going to be drinking them out of the Pumpkin Snifter for today to be extra fancy. I'm putting the poll in the chat. There you go. Again, our choices are As You Wish, the strawberry wheat ale, the smoked wheat ale, the Imperial chocolate caramel porter, or we have the peanut butter cookie with lactose, also a porter on that one. Let me know which one you want me to drink. And while you are doing that, I will get set up for our orders of business for our Stupid Men of the Week. Stupid men doing stupid things on the internet. And where else could I start? Where else could I possibly start on that? But we're going to get our beer vote in before I start talking about this situation. We're going to get some beer first. So make sure you get your votes in, guys. Hang on. Someone just sent me a text message. They shouldn't have sent me when I was streaming. Whatever, bro. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Last chance for votes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4, 1. End. You guys want the strawberry wheat? Everyone's a Princess Bride fan today? That's what we're doing? All right. Hang on. Let me get my beer back in my fridge. Let us pour this glorious strawberry wheat beer. Hopefully it actually tastes like strawberry. Sometimes that's a little touch or go. Cheers, everyone. If you're drinking something fun, let us know in the chat. Hope you're all having a glorious Friday afternoon. There we go. That looks nice and crisp, doesn't it? Doesn't look like a wheat beer at all. All right. Let's talk about the stupid men of the week because I got something to say. So, and I really do hope, I say this every single time, I really do hope this will be the last time I have to talk about this. I hope the last time was the last time I'd have to talk about this, but no. Someone just wants to keep it going. Someone, and they all told me this was going to happen, and I kept being like, no, I used to watch some of when I first started getting to know big tech, I just wanted to like actually get a sense of who he was, and I used to, every once in a while I would go through some of his older streams just kind of like at random and watch one just to see who he was when he wasn't involved in drama. And I tend to do this when I'm trying to get to know streamers, right? Like with Jaden McNeil, I did this when I was I watched all of his content just like after he had his departure from Nick Fuentes and all this stuff, and he was complaining constantly about Nick, and I was like, really that can't be what Jaden is like all the time. So I would just go back and watch some of his random stuff, and no, it actually is. Jaden McNeil cannot exist without Nick Fuentes. His content is incredibly boring to me because of it. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Most of you don't even know who he is, and guess what? You don't actually even need to care who he is. But my point is, like, when I'm kind of getting introduced to different creators, I'll go back and watch some of their older stuff just to kind of see who they are when they're not, engaging in bullshit. And I used to go back and watch some of his older content, and I gotta say, his older content is really, really good. And he would present himself as someone who would, be the kind person, be the empathic person, be the one that is always reasonable, be the one that if you just approach him in good faith, he's going to approach you in good faith. And I kind of took that seriously. I mean, man, I really shouldn't have. This is my first mistake. Never trust internet people. This is my first mistake. But I do like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and that gets me in trouble sometimes. And so, even throughout this whole conflict that I've had with him, I've always kind of hoped that I would see that version of him, the one that like gives the benefit of the doubt, the one that isn't trying to pull a scam, the one that is actually that person. And time after time after time after time after time, he keeps disappointing me. So after the person, so you guys know, a couple days ago, I had this person come to me in private who was working with Kieran and Carrie Smith and Mike Harlow and all of them. And they had this organized like group that was plotting every single day for 2 years to make my life miserable. And the stated goal of this group was to get me to unalive myself. And so I got to tell you guys, it's a little bit of a trip when you have someone like say to your face, Carlin, they wanted you dead. And they were talking about wanting you dead. No, I in fact did not meet my husband online. I met my husband when he showed up to move me to the home that we currently live in. I don't believe in online dating. Online dating sucks. So I'd had this conversation, and it was really kind of like it was something I knew. Like there's a difference between knowing something theoretically and knowing something when someone comes to you and says, Carlin, they looked me in the eye and said they wanted you dead. That has been fucking with me a little bit, I have to say, because no matter what type of internet feud I engage in, it would never even occur to me to want to be proactively setting up systems and Telegram groups and having meetings and recruiting all these allies in order to harass someone to the point where they very literally unalive themselves. That would never cross my mind in a million years. And so that's been kind of fucking with me. And I've been processing that information. And in the midst of this, I had this ongoing conflict with him. And so the other night I was thinking about it. I was like, just give him what he wants and end it. Just give him what he wants and end it. And maybe, and this is my thought process, maybe if you just go to him and you take down the video he wants you to take down, and you take his name out of the other videos and you take him out of the thumbnail, and you just, you just go to him and you give him and you say to him, and this did happen, that, you know what, you were right. It was all my fault. It was not your fault at all. It was all, I was PMSing, which was actually true, but I don't actually regret what I did. But like in the land where I'm just trying to give him what he wants, I'm just trying to be the submissive woman that he told me he wanted me to be. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I was PMSing. My hormones were raging. I'm really sorry about how all this turned out. I'm going to take down the video. And I just do all those things. And I did them. And I was just like, in my head, I'm like, just give him what he wants. And maybe he will cut the bullshit. Because it's one of those things where it's like, I had just literally been confronted with the fact that someone who behaves very similarly to the way that he does, by the way, I think they have some of the same things going on, had actively been plotting against me for 2 years in order to get me to unalive myself. And I was like, it's not worth it. He wants the video down more than I care about continuing this. He is desperate to hear that I think he's right more than I care about continuing this. Just give him what he wants. And just hopefully it stops. And even maybe hopefully it can just level out and we don't actually have to be enemies on the internet. So I did that. I messaged him, hey, I'm giving you what you want and blah, blah, blah. And so then I did it. I took the videos down. I changed the thumbnails. I did all this stuff. And I messaged him and I said, it's all done. And, can we start again? And he didn't answer that message. And I kind of was like, not here or there, nor here nor there about it. I was just like, okay, well, he doesn't want to start again. That's fine. Like, I'm going to live. It's not the end of the world. And it was just like, I was like, hopefully it just ends. Hopefully there's no more public bullshit. I just wanted things to level out. I just wanted everything to be nice. Now, what you guys don't know that I haven't talked about is that there was another aspect of this, in that I knew that him and his community were trying to fuck with me. And that was also kind of played into my thought process for why I just wanted to end it, because a couple days ago, I got this message from someone in his community. And that message said something to the effect of, Carlin, I don't agree with the way that big tech is treating you, and I'm going to leave him, and I've got some dirt on him, and do you want it? And the minute I got that message, I was like, I knew of the person who sent it, and I was like, There was no reason for this person to have any allegiance to me. There was no reason for this person to have there was no reason for this person to leak information to me. There was no reason for this person to choose me over him. And so right away, I'm like, that's bait. But me being me, I played along with it because you never quite know. I wanted to see what game was being played with me. And so then this person proceeds to tell me these 2 stories about him that, are never public, that are about his past. And they just didn't make sense to me. Like, it was one of those things where they were trying to incorporate different things I've said about him and different ways he presents himself online into these stories. And it was kind of obvious to me that they wanted me to go public with that information. And kind of what I thought was going to happen in my head was or what they wanted to have happen was for me to post the screenshots and be like, oh, I know all this information about him, or do a big stream about it, or do all this stuff. And I was like, okay, well, so I got the story out of it. I kind of played along when he was telling me the story to be like, yeah, I totally believe you. Yeah, this definitely makes sense. But it was also one of those things where it's like, I think that he is very desperate to drag me down to the level that he's going to. And I think that he's desperate to prove that I'm going to do all the things that all the other internet people do. And it's like, if he could have just taken a minute to look at the fact that I literally never released private information about his past, because I don't actually think releasing private information about his past is appropriate. I mean, he probably could have seen that I wasn't actually going to do the thing he wanted me to do. And the stories, and I'm not even going to say what they are because it's one of those things that, again, I don't actually agree with doing any of this stuff. But like the stories that they told me were something to do with him having a problem over 10 years ago. And part of the story was that he was recovering from that problem now, but he had this big problem that caused a lot of problems 10 years ago. And it's going to be embarrassing if it gets released. I'm kind of like, I hear stuff like that and I'm like, I just think it's in such poor taste, honestly, to drag people's past out into the public. So it's kind of like, even if it was real, I kind of would have been like, you're selling me a story of something that happened a long time ago that I had nothing to do with, that it kind of seems like it's not something that you actually should be making fun of, and it's like actually like a problem, and that's not something I actually want to do. The other story had to do with like consensual relationships with women, and it's another one of those things. It's like, you want me to drag him for having consensual relationships with women? I don't care what relationships he has with women. I don't care what he chooses to do or not do in his free time. So why would I drag him for that? So I had these DMs and I had them like sitting in my inbox, and I took screenshots of them just because like I knew they were probably trying to fuck with me. And so I wanted to have a record of it and all this stuff, but I didn't do anything with them. And I was kind of like, eh. But then today, after I had already done all this stuff, after I had already taken the videos down, I had gone to him. I gave him what he wanted. I said, "You're right. You're right. Fine. I was 100% my fault. It was 0% your fault. You are 100% right. You behave perfectly in every situation. I don't know how I could have been so stupid." Like, and I was so nice about it. And I was really, and I was just trying to level it out. Earlier today, I get a DM. He's talking about you on his stream. And I was like, what the fuck? Fucking seriously. Fucking seriously. I had given him everything that he wanted. I had been the submissive woman he wanted me to be. I had been nothing but nice. I had said, can we start again? And he never responded. And so I was kind of just like, okay, well, it's up to him, like whatever. I was done with it. I was done. And I was like, if he wants to come back and play nicely, that's fine. If he doesn't want to come back and play nicely, I don't care anymore. But I didn't want to keep this dragging on. And then lo and behold, he's talking about it on a stream and he's saying like, Carlin really wants me back. And I just want some space. And Carlin's really, and I'm like, bro. And so I did something that I shouldn't have done. I made a misstep. And I will say this. I DM'd him on Discord. I was like, just so you know, I have this other stuff on you. And I just want this to stop. Now, the mistake that I made is I didn't break character from the person I was when I was like getting the information out of his friend. So I kind of continued with the ruse that like I continued with the ruse that I actually believed this stuff when I always thought it was bullshit, which is why I didn't post it publicly. And it's like, and then he jumps on that and he's like, aha, I've got you. And he sends me this screenshot showing it was a ruse all along. And I was like, duh. And then he starts going on his stream. He's like, Carlin threatened me. Carlin issued a veiled threat towards me that she's going to release this information, and we set a trap for her and she walked right into it. And I was like, bro, I literally didn't say I was going to release it. I literally have a 100% track record with not releasing embarrassing private information, unlike him, because I don't actually believe in doing that. And to be honest, if he had actually just responded to the original message I sent him saying, "Can we just start again?" If he had actually responded to that and been like, "Yeah, let's just bygones and let's move on." The very next thing I was going to say to him, if I ever heard from him again, was, "Just so you know, someone came into my DMs and gave me this information. I'm not going to do anything with it, but I want you to know that someone came into my DMs and gave me this information, and I was just going to do it that way." That was my very next play in this whole thing. I was literally going to tell him that I had the information and I didn't intend to do anything with it. But no, now he's on his stream talking about how I'm issuing veiled threats and I'm doing this and that and the other thing. And because I'm issuing veiled threats, now he has to get aggressive with me. And now he has to go on offense with me. And now and he talked about me for another fucking hour on this stream, read the entire DM history, which I don't really care about because the DM history is literally saying, would you step back and use your brain for a second? Because I literally have not, in this entire stream of events, released public information. Or excuse me, private information publicly. So why did you think I was going to start now? Why did you think I was going to start now? If I had wanted to do it, I would have just dropped the DMs and been done with it. But no, I wanted to handle it privately because I wanted the public nonsense to stop. And maybe, had the public nonsense stopped, then maybe we can just all level out and be fucking chill. But no, he doesn't want the public nonsense to stop because he wants to use this all for content. And it's like, I'm really disappointed is like, I go back and I question, what was anything he told me true? Is anything he's ever said on his streams true? Is anything he told me true? And it's just like, because if he's had the psychedelic experiences that he has claimed, and if he has some of the gifts that he's claimed to have, that I'm not going to say publicly, he should understand how all this works. He should understand that this goes nowhere good. This only causes pain. And it's not going to cause pain for me. It's going to end up causing pain for him. Just like when Kieran went on a 2-year crusade and organized a mob of people to try to get people to harass me so badly I unalived myself, that only resulted in pain for Kieran. Well, it resulted in temporary pain for me, but I got much stronger throughout that whole ordeal. And now I know I can survive anything. Kieran, on the other hand, is streaming to like 3 people on a regular basis. No one watches his content. No one cares what he has to say. He doesn't produce anything. He doesn't do anything productive. He has like 3 friends on the entire internet. His physical appearance has changed dramatically. He looks awful. And so I look at these things and I'm like, if you go down the road of engaging in the most toxic shit on the internet, you might hurt people, but ultimately, you're going to experience the karma for what you're doing. What did Sin say the other day? He ran towards his karma. And he keeps running towards his karma. That's his choice, man. I want nothing to do with it. But what I will say is that he just did another hour plus on me about me on his stream today. And he apparently thinks he needs to go on the offense now against me. And I just don't give a fuck anymore. There is literally nothing he can say to me that wasn't already said. There is nothing he can do to me that hasn't already been done. And he actually doesn't have the leverage that even Kieran and his horde of people had. So he's basically going to be using recycled content against me that's already been out there for years, that people already know about, that no one is surprised about, that people have already seen. And he's going to be presenting it as though it's like brand new information. And it's like literally he's going to be doing this over on a website that no one even really goes to. And so it's kind of like, I guess go ahead. Like, I've already had a million hit pieces written on me. I've already had millions of people like get the wrong impression of me. So I guess go ahead. But what I wanted was just to stop the public bullshit. I gave him what he wanted to do that. I wanted the public bullshit to stop. I wanted to level things out. And I was hopeful that at some point, maybe there could be like normalized relations between the two of us. And maybe I don't ever trust him again. Maybe he doesn't ever trust me again. That's fine. But I feel like I've been more than reasonable and more than diplomatic in this situation. And now I'm done. So he can cry over on his stream all he wants. He can make all the threats that he wants. He can do this, that, and the other. But it is now very clear to me that nothing I say and nothing I do is actually even being factored into the equation in his head. And so the only thing I can do is just say, good luck, bro. Like, seriously. Good luck. I wanted to end this a while ago. I'm very sorry you didn't. Wouldn't it have been nicer if we could just say, you know what? Bygones. Let's just either ignore each other entirely. That's totally fine. Or maybe try to communicate in a way where we're not at each other's throats. I think that would actually be really nice. But if he doesn't want to do that, that's fine too. And move the fuck on. So that's all I have to say about that stupid man of the week. And I have to say too, man, this entire situation with him, basically, like, I'm so fucking disappointed in it. I really am, because he is one of those people who, based on his content, based how he was presenting, based on other conversations I had with him, I really thought that maybe he was different than the other internet people. How stupid, how naive. But I do have to give a shout out to Aaron. This is not a stupid man thing. This is a good man thing. So I tweeted earlier today, being nice to internet people is literally always a mistake. And my friend Aaron, the blue beer fascist, replied back to me. He's like, come on, Carlin. We love Aaron, don't we? I adore Aaron. I adore him. If you guys don't know Aaron used to be an undercover reporter with Project Veritas. That was when I met him and we started talking, and I was teaching him socialist stuff because he was going undercover with these far left groups. And after his name is Aaron Stevenson. He used to work for the Department of Homeland Security. He was actually a whistleblower with Project Veritas, where he blew the whistle on child trafficking, having to do with like them using the border to traffic children and stuff like that. And so he's actually really helped a lot of people, and he's just like the best guy in the world. And I've been talking to him for a while, even through like the downfall of Project Veritas and everything. Like, we'd like text back and forth and stuff like that. And he's just like the best guy in the world. And I guess Aaron is like the last internet boy, I think, that I trust. The last person on the internet that I actually want to have anything to do with. And so I definitely recommend following him if you haven't. He's called out DHS on Twitter. And I just have to say too, if I had to end up with like one internet boy, I was this close to getting Aaron to come to AFPAC. Like, if it hadn't been Father's Day weekend, Aaron would have come to AFPAC and hung out with me. It was this close. I was peer pressuring him so hard. But he says he's going to come to the next one. And I have to say too, like, look at the hair. Aaron has the best hair on the internet. But he is a sweetheart, and I like him a lot. And so I have to say, like, I was about ready to throw in the towel on all internet men earlier, and then Aaron popped right in. He's like, no, Carlin. No, we can't. No. So cheers, blue beer fascist. I guess I still do have a one internet man in my life, and I appreciate you. But there's another internet man I don't appreciate. And on to our second stupid man doing stupid things. Phil Labonte. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? For real. So the first thing I saw when I came into the chat is like, Mary's like, can someone fill me in on what this Twitter beef is with Phil all about? And Judy was like, Phil is dismissing Carlin as attention seeking. And yeah, that's true. So Phil Labonte said yesterday that he doesn't need to watch full socialist videos because he can watch clips on the internet. He can watch clips on Twitter, and that's enough to know what's going on. And I was like, I was being so nice, yo. I was like, yo, I mean, I guess you can do that if you want, but you don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. Bot says we tried to get him to come watch Socialism even just once, and he got mad. Phil got pissed over just the idea that he might come and watch real socialist training. It was like, why are you angry, bro? Like, for real, like, this is actually not something to get upset about. And there was all this back and forth where he was insulting me to my face, and I was just trying to be even keeled, and people can find the entire exchange on Twitter if they want to. He thinks he knows everything just by watching clips that are on Twitter. And most importantly to me, he insulted Sin. Now listen, I swear like a sailor. And God knows I am not adverse to insulting people. I'm not adverse to calling people a retard. I'm not adverse to telling someone to fuck off. I'm not adverse to doing any of these things. However, do you know when I don't do these things? When I'm talking to a senior citizen who is also a naval veteran. And it's not as though this is secret information. Sin literally has that she's a Navy veteran in her goddamn handle. So it's not as though, like, I don't expect Phil Labonte to know everything about Sin. I don't expect Phil Labonte to know that Sin is a veteran who lost her husband, the love of her life, several years ago. I don't expect Phil Labonte to know that Sin joined my community a long ass time ago, and it's a place for her to have companionship and friends and to be able to talk to people and get support. I don't expect Phil Labonte to know that Sin shows up all the time, always has words of wisdom, always has sage advice for people, knows a lot of stuff about like holistic remedies and like writing and poetry and art and dancing and all of these things. I don't expect Phil Labonte to know that Sin is so loved in my community that we once did a fundraiser for her to buy her dance lessons because Sin wanted to dance, and she's a senior citizen on a fixed income. And so if Sin wants to learn how to dance, we're going to make sure Sin has the ability to dance because she comes and is there for us and gives us sage advice and wisdom and all this stuff. I don't expect Phil Labonte to know that Sin is one of the people who runs Writers Group in my supporter Discord, which means she teaches people how to write. She teaches people how to be creative. Sin has literally helped people publish books out of my community. I don't expect him to know any of this. Phil Lobotomy. Exactly. But what I do expect out of a 50-year-old rock star, which is what he is. He might try to act younger. He is 50 years old. What I do expect a 50-year-old man to do is to not say, get fucked cunt, to a senior citizen naval veteran. Have any of you ever said, get fucked cunt, to someone that is old enough to be your mother? And you're a 50-year-old man? And literally, like, This is just it. So Phil was tweeting last night. This is about me. He's saying, I muted her ages ago because she's thirsty for any attention. She's trying to find an audience and failing. That's why she's warming up to you guys. Phil Labonte says the only reason that I'm friends with the Groypers is not because I agree with the Groypers, not because I find Nick Fuentes hilarious, not because I had a great time at AFPAC, not because we are aligned against a common enemy. No, 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 no. The only reason I'm friends with the Groypers is I'm attention seeking. Yeah, sure. And the only reason I'm doing that is because I don't have an audience and I'm failing. I'm not sure when I tried to establish the track record of trying to appeal to the largest possible audience, and I certainly have no desire to appeal to the Timcast audience, which I find to be one of the most retarded audiences on the internet. Literally all I do is watch socialism on the internet. My content's not for everyone. I've said it a million times. I've said it a million times that I don't want the largest possible audience. I have Cassandra's tried to get me to come on Timcast, and I've said no multiple times. Cassandra, every once in a while, we got to get you on the show. No. And I say it nicer than I'm like, I make some sort of excuse, but I'm like, if I wanted to have gone on that fucking show, I would have done it a long ass time ago, but I don't want to go on that show because I do not like the audience. But according to Phil Labonte, he's a big podcast guy and he's a 50-year-old rock star, darling. And so I must be desperate to go on that show and get all this attention from him. Why on earth would I want the attention of a sub 75 IQ retard that tells senior citizen women, get fucked, cunt? Does anyone else think this is appropriate? So Sin replied back and she said, oh, wow, Phil, you have a dirty mouth. I'm old enough to be your mother or your grandmother. And if I had a washcloth with some soap, I'd be getting a vigorous mouth scrubbing. And then Phil continues to argue with a senior citizen that he just said, get fucked cunt to, because real men with teeny tiny little penises that they're compensating for generally tell a senior citizen woman. I can't believe this. I know I've said it a million times. I honestly cannot wrap my head around the fact that a 50-year-old man thinks that it is appropriate to tell a senior citizen Navy veteran, get fucked, cunt. And then Phil says, you absolutely could not be my mother or grandmother, and I doubt my mother. And Sin absolutely could be Phil's mother, by the way. I know how old Sin is. Sin absolutely could be Phil's mother. Maybe not quite his grandmother, but she absolutely could be his mother. And furthermore, no, ma'am, you would do nothing. And when you insult people, don't expect kind replies. This guy is an unhinged retard. For years, people would say, Carlin, Phil would love your content. Why don't you reach out to Phil? Phil would love your content. Why don't you reach out to Phil? And I kept saying, no, I don't think so. I'm good. I don't think so. Because I knew the people that Phil ran with in the libertarian circles in New Hampshire. I knew he was friends with Reed Coverdale. Reed Coverdale actually lived in Phil's house for a while in New Hampshire. And I know Reed Coverdale's an asshole. And so if Phil thinks that Reed Coverdale is a good person to hang out with, I'm like, nah. Like, no go. Never had any desire to connect with this guy at all, but I would always just play it off. No, I just don't think it's a good fit. Like, whatever, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. And now I'm seeing that this guy is literally a sub 75 IQ retard that insults senior citizen women in the manner that he does. Listen, I might be a bitch. I'm not this much of a bitch. And it's just like he kept going and he was the one that kept arguing. And people were even like, bro. And then Phil was very stunning and brave. After he was the one that told Sin, get fucked cunt, he blocked me on Twitter because I was the one that was responsible for this. Remember, it is my fault, according to genius Phil Labonte. It is my fault that he told a senior citizen, get fucked cunt, because I was just farming for attention when he told a senior citizen, get fucked, cunt. If you want to know why the left is winning and why the left will always win and why the left will perpetually win, it is because people like Phil Labonte are the opinion leaders and the influencers that are supposed to be fighting the communists. I just don't know. I don't know how people don't get it. I'm just like, when this is what you put up, you get what you fucking deserve, man. You get what you fucking deserve. So those are our two stupid men of the week doing stupid things. And God willing, I will not hear from either stupid man again. And life can just move on. All right, guys, before we get into the main show, and of course I do apologize. It actually didn't take as long as I thought it was going to take, so we're good. Just a reminder to head over to my Substack, carlin.substack.com. And if you are newer to my content and maybe you want to get caught up on the socialism stuff, I have put on the main page right in the middle. This is your link to my free 4-hour crash course in all things socialist. So and I know 4 hours seems like a long time. I really do get it. But if you are relatively new to my content and you're like, is there like a Cliff Notes? Is there like a cheat sheet? Is there like something that I can look at? Yes, there is. Go to the website, carlin.substack.com. Look at the How to Speak Socialist videos. You don't have to watch them all at once. But basically, this is a 2-part training that I did where I put all of the best clips from all of the socialist videos that we've been watching over the past 3 years. I put them back to back to the back, and I'm explaining them and I'm walking you through them, and they're all categorized so you can kind of see how the language all connects to each other. You can see it in a little bit more of a cohesive way and across trainings. And it's all sorts of stuff, right? So I've got the most far left radical revolutionary stuff, all the way up to how it trickles down into pop culture, all the way up to clips that are taken in the real world where people are using this language. So it really is, this is your crash course. It is completely free on the internet. You can access it whenever. And if you're going to come back and be a regular on my socialism content, I definitely recommend you take advantage of it. And you will get up to speed a lot quicker than anyone else will. So that is available over on the Substack, carlin.substack.com. And if you appreciate the work I'm doing and you want to support it, go ahead, sign up for a membership for $8 a month, $80 a year. When you do sign up as a member, you get access to those 2 Zoom calls every single week where you can see Sin as a real life senior citizen for yourself. Anyway, you get access to a variety of perks when you do support the work I'm doing, to include 2 Zoom calls with me every single week, to include access to my supporter Discord, which has writers group led by Sin and LK. We also do movie night in supporter Discord on Sundays at 8 p.m. And I'm super excited because this week we're doing one of my favorite movies, and I haven't seen it in a while. And it is a classic, and we are doing it in honor of Donald Sutherland sadly passing away. But dude, can you really be sad about it? Dude had a good life, right? Excuse me. So we are watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Donald Sutherland version in the supporter Discord on Sunday at 8 p.m. Even if you've never seen the movie, you probably have seen this iconic image. And I'll tell you what, man, when you watch this movie, not only is it, well, yeah, I guess not, kind of, a little bit, kind of. It is so hyper relevant to what's going on in the world. It is so hyper relevant to woke culture. It's also really relevant to people getting sucked into toxic internet communities, just like the jackass on the other website is. And so come join us on Sunday at 8 p.m. It's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, let's get into it. We are doing some queer anarchism today. If you have never listened, has anyone here not ever listened to queer anarcho-communist literature? We've only done this a couple times on the channel. Is anyone completely new to queer anarcho-communism? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Don't worry, user on Rumble. I've blocked you. One of Big Tech's audience members was complaining in my Rumble stream, you tried to come on to him and beep, 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 beep. No, I didn't. Sorry. So everyone has watched Queer Anarcho-Communism with me before or listened to it? Yup, the Mary Nardini gang would be Mary... Why isn't this playing? The Mary Nardini gang is Queer Anarcho-Communism. All right, so not new to it. I'm currently bracing myself. Yup. You have? Okay. So essentially, guys, what you need to know about this, and this goes back to my theory about gain of function Marxism. My ideas and ideas that we've come up with in my community. And I have to give a big shout out to Human Centipede. He also goes by Stony Baloney on Twitter because he has been instrumental in this. And unlike some people, I believe in giving people credit for their work. James Lindsay doesn't think you need to give people credit for their work, but I actually do believe in giving people credit for their work. So Stony Baloney, Human Centipede, he has been doing just such an awesome job of going through all this stuff in like making sure we have PDFs in the Discord. He's got a whole like channel in the Discord where he puts this stuff. He provides these recordings. He sends me the links to them. Yeah, this isn't the starter stuff, but this is where we're deep diving today. We're just going to go for it. It's a dystopian type of day. So he does a great job. And he hasn't been instrumental in the development of this idea called gain of function Marxism. The idea is that what we are dealing with in the real world, in terms of socialist activism, is that this is not Marxism in its pure form. The stuff that James Lindsay talks about is some could argue, is Marxism in its pure form. What I mean by that is it's based off of the actual philosophy. It's based off of the published papers, the books, the things that get created in academia. That's what I mean when I say it's Marxism in its pure form. What gain of function Marxism is, exactly, it's mutated. At some point, there was a mutation to the strand of Marxism that we're dealing with. And that mutation came from queer anarcho-communist subculture that started in the 90s. So for the longest time, you had kind of this pure Marxism, Maoism, Marcuse, like all the other ones. You had all of this stuff that was kind of like chugging along from academia in its pure form. But the activists that we're seeing in the real world today are heavily influenced by queer anarcho-communist subculture. This is something that you don't even know exists unless you're actually listening to these activists. And they do talk about it all the time, but you don't always know what they're talking about if you don't know it exists. But once you know it exists, you can go back and you're like, oh, they were quoting it there, 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 they were quoting it there. This stuff started to get created in the 90s. I mean, maybe it came a little bit before that. It was inspired by punk culture. They take from punk culture in terms of using zines for their propaganda. They write communiques, they write manifestos. These are things that all exist on anarchist websites. You can go and find them. And these are the things that are sexy to read. These are the things that, like, once you've read Marx and you've read Mao and you've read Hegel and you've read Marcuse and you've read Foucault and you've read Butler and you've read Derrida and you've, done your Freudian psychoanalysis class, once you've kind of done all the academic stuff, you want more, right? You want to really get in there. And the people that are really into this subculture end up in the crazy anarcho-communist communities where they're reading this stuff, and this stuff is so much more sexy. This stuff is so much more radical. This stuff is the stuff that has inspired today's activists, because remember, today's activists, the young 20-somethings, were born, what? Around the year 2000, in the early aughts, right? So the kids that are graduating from high school and college now were born about 10 years after this stuff started getting created. And so it's a more contemporary thing that has mutated the strain of Marxism and has inspired a lot of what's going on today in terms of the most radical activism across anything. We know this stuff inspired the campus protesters. The campus protesters were using this stuff to communicate with each other. That's how they all coordinated. It was through stuff like this. So this is one of the areas that we've decided to heavily dig in on, because James Lindsay doesn't even know this stuff exists. Hang on. Apologies, got a bug in my throat. This is one of the areas that we've decided to dig in heavily on because James Lindsay doesn't even know this stuff exists. He's not reading it to anyone. No one knows about this except really the people here. So we're going to be listening to 3 anarchist style, I guess, zines or communiques today. And so they're each about 20 to 30 minutes long. This one is the longest one. It's called Gender as a Weapon, Coercion, Domination, and Self-Determination. Then we're going to listen to, well, you guys can't see what I see. Then we're going to listen to an 18-minute version called Gender Nihilism, the Anti-Manifesto. And then we're going to listen to about a 24-minute one called Beyond Negativity, What Comes After Gender Nihilism. So we do have a good bit of content today. We're going to be stopping and analyzing it. This is going to be audio only because they're reading off of the anarchist website. I want everyone's help in terms of interpreting this. So please put your notes in the chat and buckle up, kids. Go pour a beverage. You're going to need it. All right, guys, please do mount the like button. Let's get this party started.
Gender is a weapon. Coercion, domination, and self-determination.
Of course, my own sound
Written
doesn't
by
sound correctly.
Sally Darity. Read by Sen Naomi Kirschultz, June 12th, 2022. I was on the bus recently, and a guy about my age got on the bus and sat across from me. He and some others were looking out bus windows at some men in red dresses. We didn't know why.
Hang on, I got a super chat. Thank you, Andrew. I think I'm behind in my Carlin is right super chat. These past episodes have been chock full of them. Hey, Andrew, I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let me just take a screenshot of that. I appreciate you. Also, guys, just so you know, these are not professionally done audiobooks. This is just like literally someone in like an office somewhere reading it. So these like the production is not going to be great. It's just the way it goes. Wow. Sally Darity equals solidarity. Holy shit. Good spot, Reagan.
They were wearing dresses, but the guy across from me said, "That's scary." Another guy said, "Whatever, as long as they don't come on the bus." I wanted to say, what's so scary about men in dresses? But worrying that I might look enough like a dyke to him to get shit for it, and worrying that the effort and fear involved with confronting someone might make me cry, I didn't say anything. I just wondered, what makes a guy in a dress so scary? And what about homophobia, transphobia, or whatever you want to call it, without knowing why that guy was wearing a dress causes men to bond by shit-talking about it? There are many ways in which we are taught what our appropriate gender is, and when someone feels threatened by a gender identity or expression, we can guess that there lies the key to our struggle. Gender is used against us, but we can also use it to free each other and ourselves. If we start undermining the rules and constraints of gender, we can more successfully fight patriarchy and domination. By writing this, I hope to plant seeds of gender rebellion, solidarity, and gender freedom. Here's a term you may not have come across: gender self-determination. Self-determination means each person or community being free to determine for oneself the way they want to live and the decisions that affect their lives. In the context of a struggle for gender self-determination, it means honoring the rights of each person to make their own choices concerning their
Let me
body,
see, Chad.
their identity, their languages, and the way in which they present their gender. It's about being committed to building a world where each and every person is able to express and live their gender and bodies in ways that are liberating, full, and healing.
When they say express and live their gender, do they mean men and women? What do they mean when they say we want to be able to express and live our gender? Is this just about like whether or not you're a man or a woman? No, it's not. No. These people want they want to eliminate the gender binary, which is men and women. That's also known as the patriarchy. They want to create a world of non-binary people. Non-binary can be they, them, zim, zer, they, theirs, like whatever neo pronouns you want. Basically, everyone should be able to invent their gender, whatever gender they want. And it is not based in any like biological reality or scientific reality or based on the genitals they had when they were born or anything like that. It is just based on how they feel. And that is your gender, how you feel, what clothes you wear, how you show up in the world. That is your gender, because they believe that gender is a performance. This is so good, Alexis. This is about the normalization of ungendering. Exactly. So well put. Thank you for your hard work, Carlin. I just finished yesterday's yearly mandatory anti-terrorism training course. Hey, well, I'm glad you did that. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate the support.
It is our work to challenge the numerous obstacles that encroach on people's abilities to make those decisions for their own. Quote, Michelle O'Brien.
Michelle O'Brien.
So in what ways do we not have gender self-determination?
Whoa. Who's Michelle O'Brien? You see that? Quote, Michelle O'Brien. Who's Michelle O'Brien? What other name do we know Michelle O'Brien as? Michelle O'Brien is Emmy O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien is one of our favorite abolish the family activists. Emmy O'Brien, I have Emmy O'Brien on video talking about being involved in queer and narco-communist subculture. And look what comes up. Emmy O'Brien, right there. How funny.
People's abilities to make those decisions for their own. Quote, Michelle O'Brien. So in what ways do we not have gender self-determination? To some people, it's laughably obvious, and to others, perhaps, it's not so obvious. How are you not completely free to determine what you do with or what happens to your body? How are you not free to determine your own identity and gender presentation? The acceptable genders in this society are man or boy and woman or girl. For most of us, a medical professional determines our sex the moment that we are born. If our genitals are ambiguous, they might further determine who we are and alter our bodies to fit the male or female box without permission. Then, most of us wear pink or blue, and of course many of us know how we're treated differently as we're growing up, depending on if it's been determined that we are female or male. It's often determined for us what we wear, what we can play, what toys are fit for us, what we should be interested in, what skills we're encouraged to have, etc. Not only are these things pushed on us, but we might be punished in one way or another if we don't fit accurately and acceptably into the male or female box. If it's determined that we're male, but we're not masculine enough, we're called sissies, fags, pussy whipped, etc. If it's determined that we're female, but we're not feminine enough, we're called bitches, whores, or dykes, or we'll never get a boyfriend, married, and therefore have no value. All around us, we're coerced into fitting into the male or female box, and we're taught how we have to fit. We need to fulfill certain requirements, starting with our bodies and including our sexuality, how we act, how we look, what we value. We are made to think that there is such a thing as a real man and a real woman, and that we're supposed to be one or the other. We are virtually imprisoned by gender, though we may have some freedom if we don't behave appropriately. There are plenty of prison guards to attempt to put us back in our place. So to what extent do we choose this arrangement or our place in it? What would gender look like if we had gender self-determination? If we've agreed that we are socialized to fit into one of the gender boxes, even coerced into it, then we can agree that we are still without choice in many ways. Is this the natural order of things, or does power play a role in the division between genders? Think about why white supremacy and racism exists and how the division between white people and other races.
Does power play a role in the division between genders? What do they believe in regards to that? How would a socialist answer that question? Does power play a role between in regards to the divisions of the genders? Yep, that's what the patriarchy is. What does that mean? Men have more power. Why do men have more power? And by the way, they think that the idea of men are a social construct. The idea of women are a social construct, the idea of men are a social construct. And because of capitalism, the social construct of being a man has more power in the hierarchy than women do. Socialists want to get rid of the hierarchy. They want everyone to be at the same level. That's what equity means. And so, in order to get rid of that hierarchy that's been created by capitalism, where men are in the workplace, where they make all the money and they have all the power, and women are in the home doing unpaid labor of raising the family, they have to fight for gender equity, which means eliminating gender so everyone comes out at the same place. The only way to eliminate the power differential is by eliminating the social construct entirely. Does everyone understand that?
Is reinforced in different ways, not to imply that white supremacy and patriarchy affect people or function in the same ways, but comparing the two can offer us some insights into how they are based on power and how they interconnect. Gender and power. I argue that power has a lot to do with why these social divisions exist and are maintained. In the case of gender, men in general benefit from this social division. Men are given more access, more privilege, and more value. A man must be masculine to climb up the hierarchy. A primary masculine trait that upholds patriarchy is domination. Masculinity does not necessarily involve domination, but domination is a highly valued masculine trait. Patriarchy allows and encourages men in general to control things that are deemed weaker or lower in the hierarchy. Some men even use the model of patriarchal masculinity against others by accusing them of being less than a man. For example, insults implying homosexuality or womanliness, which is another example of how the gender dichotomy is based on power. Being the breadwinner of the family has been seen as a man's proper role, but economic hardship due to racism and capitalism has caused situations in many families of color and poor families where men cannot make adequate money. Patriarchy, and white men colluding with it, has compelled many black men and women alike to defend black men's manhood in the context of patriarchal racism, which reinforces the divide between men and women. In Killing Rage, Bell Hooks wrote, quote, "Since most black men, along with women and children, are socialized to equate manhood with justice, the first issue on our agenda has to be individual and collective acknowledgement that justice and the integrity of the race must be defined by the extent to which black males and females have the freedom to be self-determining. Justice can emerge only as black males refuse to play the game, refuse patriarchal definitions of manhood. Some black female authors have said that due to men's need to defend their masculinity, fighting for the liberation of their race or class, and refuse patriarchal definitions of manhood." End quote. Some black female authors have said that due to men's need to defend their masculinity, fighting for the liberation of their race or class is a priority over the fight for women's liberation, which, being detrimental to a struggle against racism and upholding patriarchy, benefits white men twofold. Having to already deal with the patriarchal standards within their own ethnic groups, women of color also experience, to different degrees, being exoticized, sexualized, and otherwise dehumanized and treated as property by white people as well. It is the experience of many women that we are taught that the ideal womanhood is white, economically privileged womanhood. Think about images of women in the media and who is favored and who is not. Think about how having money and time affects a woman's ability to appropriately perform her femininity. Patriarchy basically means rule by men. This works in abstract and systematic ways as well as tangibly between individuals. It's about discrimination and especially about control and devaluation. It manifests as abuse, violence against women, disrespect, control of sexuality in women's bodies, objectification, beauty standards, devaluation of women's contributions, views, opinions, etc. Many feminists have argued simply that women are the oppressed and men are the oppressors. It's obviously more complex than that, and it is certainly white, straight, able, rich men that are in control, but some women, some queer people, people of color, and other minorities are gaining access to some of the privilege in a bigger way than they had before. Do they have to buy into the system to get in? Do they have to dominate others to gain and maintain that position? Certainly, the system that they are privileging from is based on exploitation, greed, competition, imperialism, and the hierarchy of social divisions. This system can succeed better by allowing a small number to access some of the wealth and power of the elite, and more people to lesser degrees. And this is because the often false promise and possibility of wealth and power, or at least more comfortable living, as well as, on the other side of the coin, the reality of working constantly and struggling just to survive, keeps people from resisting or fighting the systems of power and that which hold them up. In addition, scarcity of wealth and power makes people with any privilege feel threatened, causing them to hold on to any power that they have, keeping those social hierarchies in place. Capitalism, white supremacy, and patriarchy, with domination as their base, work in interlocking ways.
Capitalism, white supremacy, and patriarchy, with domination as their base, work in interlocking ways. Does everyone understand that? Those are three words that all mean the same thing. Capitalism, white supremacy, patriarchy. Does everyone understand why capitalism means the same thing as white supremacy and means the same thing as patriarchy? If you don't, I'll explain it. But you have to ask the question because I explain it all the time, okay? So if anyone doesn't understand, I will explain it, but I think it's also funny. We're going to listen again. That they were talking about how, okay, everyone looks like they're good. Let's listen to this again. So this is about, so capitalism, white supremacy, patriarchy are all about hierarchies. Exactly, bot, because capitalism upholds the hierarchy. Socialists want to flatten all hierarchies. This is why they don't believe in individualism and meritocracy. They want to flatten all the hierarchies. They want everyone to be on the same level. Capitalism upholds the hierarchy. Capitalism says some people are going to have more money than other people. Some people are going to have better resources than other people. Some people are going to have better healthcare. Some people are going to have better education. Some people are going to have faster cars, nicer houses, like a bigger business. It's just the way it goes. And so that's a hierarchy. When someone has more than another person, or even different than another person, that's a hierarchy. That's supported by capitalism. They want the hierarchies to go away. Again?
And power makes people with any privilege feel threatened, causing them to hold on to any power that they have, keeping those social hierarchies in place. Capitalism, white supremacy, and patriarchy, with domination as their base, work in interlocking ways. Because of the complexity of which patriarchy must be viewed, we must consider patriarchy as not only the rule of men, but also the rule of those that are colluding in and practicing what is a value of patriarchal masculinity, domination. Or perhaps we should only use the term patriarchy when we are talking about the rule of men, and we should use the term gender oppression in other cases when related to gender. For men aren't the only ones benefiting from gender oppression. Heterosexual men and women privilege from the oppression of queer people. People who fit into their appropriate gender boxes better than others privilege from the oppression of people who cannot fit into those boxes. I argue that gender divisions are, for the most part, created within the context of power, and that the border drawn between men and women.
Anytime they say power, they mean capitalism, because having more resources than another person is what they're talking about. Being on top of the when they say power, it's being on top of the hierarchy. People understand that, right? You gain power by having access to resources, to money, to houses, to businesses, to, factory equipment, to, whatever. Power means that you have more resources. It means you're at the top of the hierarchy.
Is a deception. I'm not arguing that there is no difference between men and women, but that gender is more of a spectrum than a dichotomy. Perhaps the metaphor of a border is quite useful. In thinking about the US-Mexico border, from which I live about 200 miles, we see that this, like many other national borders, is man-made, only to preserve a conceptual difference between places.
Exactly, bot. Capitalism distributes power unequally. Some people inherently have more power than others. That means they're at the top of the hierarchy.
And peoples. There are geographical differences, different people and cultures, but the border suggests that there is some absolute difference between that which is on either side. This also makes invisible those native and other peoples who live.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Jeremiah, or not a super chat, but we got a question. Maybe someday it'll be a super chat. That'd be great. I'm a little behind. When socialists use the word free or freedom, what are they referring to? Freedom from, freedom to? Well, let me ask the chat. I don't want to be the only one answering this. When socialists say free or freedom, what are they referring to, guys? It's a great question, Jeremiah. I'm glad you asked it. When they say free or freedom, what are they referring to specifically? They're referring to freedom from capitalism, freedom from private property ownership, freedom from the gender binary, freedom from the which was created by capitalism. So it all goes back to capitalism. Freedom from the capitalist system. They're talking about freedom from capitalism, liberation from capitalism. Liberation means to free oneself from. Freedom from capitalism, liberation is to free oneself from capitalism. See, Reagan and I basically share a brain at this point. Said the same thing I did. I didn't even see it. They are referring to freedom from capitalism because they believe that capitalism is oppression. Capitalism oppresses everyone. So this is why you're seeing, like, you see things like Queers for Palestine, because the whole idea behind Queers for Palestine is queer people are oppressed by capitalism. Palestinians are oppressed by capitalism. They're all oppressed by the same thing. No one is free until everyone is free. That's what Queers for Palestine meant. Capitalism, liberation from capitalism. Excellent, guys. You're all doing so good. Lots of correct answers in the chat. You guys know so much more than Phil Labonte. It's not even funny. So there is not a sense in which it is about self-determination. Well, they believe that capitalism doesn't allow you to have self-determination. So they believe that you have no self-determination until there is no capitalism. So it is about self-determination, but not in the same way that you think of it.
Along the border, in the interest of those in power, borders create an us versus them mentality, while the reality of our differences outside of power relationships is trivial. Even if you believe that there is some biological or essential difference between men and women that is the cause for how different the ideas of, quote, real woman and, quote, real man are, it must be acknowledged that there is a wide variety of ways of being a woman or a man, and that there are people who identify as neither. The idea that there is some essential aspect of a woman that makes her different from a man can be argued against to some extent by the huge variety of experience of being a woman. Womanhood varies by race, class, age, sexuality, ability, size, more. Can you name one thing that all women and no one else share in common? And if so, does that erase the experience of anyone? Anyone who is intersex or transgender, for example? Essentialism, the idea that there are essential differences between two groups, is a problematic concept. It has been used against some non-white races for the purposes of eugenicist ideas, that people of color had criminal tendencies or less intelligence, and so they deserved to be forcibly sterilized. And of course, it was the women and not the men who tended to be sterilized. Different people have critiqued gender essentialism and models of womanhood as based on race or class privilege, like in the case of white feminism. Quote, the hierarchical pattern of race and sex relationships already established in American society merely took a different form under, quote, feminism. The form of white women writing books that purport to be about the experience of American women, when in fact they concentrate solely on the experience of white women, wrote Bell Hooks in Ain't I a Woman? I do not wish to argue over human nature, but rather to put ideas of difference into the context of power and to bring to the forefront the realities of lives that are marginalized or made invisible. Generalizing is easy, and it is also easier to think in terms of simple categories. It's easier to justify social divisions and oppression with simplicity, but humans are far too complex. Why is it that those who transcend gender categories are such a threat, and therefore a target of violence and harassment? Is it because the act of not conforming enough to patriarchal standards of gender throws a monkey wrench into the systems of control and domination? Gender is socially constructed based on the idea that gender can be split simply into two categories, and to expose
Gender is socially constructed on the idea that gender can be split into two categories. That is what the gender binary is. The two categories are men and women. Another name for this is the patriarchy. Are you guys hearing how all the things that we see show up in these socialist trainings? They're echoed in this literature.
of control and domination. Gender is socially constructed based on the idea that gender can be split simply into two categories, and to expose it as otherwise is to undermine what gender oppression is based on. A good example of how gender is a social construct is the case of body hair. Think about people's reaction to a woman with armpit hair or a little bit of mustache. Somehow she's a threat, or
This is why socialists don't shave any of their hair.
She's unhygienic, even though hair naturally grows there. Isn't it interesting that our concept of the female body is a body that is shaven? We can conclude that this idea of gender is not based on any real, natural, biological concept of a gender difference, but rather on patriarchal and capitalist domination.
Patriarchal and capitalist
Yes,
domination.
Women sometimes tend to have less body hair than men, but some women are hairier than some men. We must consider how gender divisions have historically been shaped within power relationships. An interesting dimension to the concept of gender is...
I just want to point out, because I still get asked this almost every single day, Carlin, are you sure the left knows it's about capitalism? Is it really about capitalism? Are you positive it's about capitalism? Why don't they ever say capitalism? This is an entire... This document that we're listening to is as far left as you can get. There is nothing more far left than this. It is titled Gender is a Weapon, Coercion, Domination, and Self-Determination. And they've already said capitalism several dozen times. So the left knows this is about capitalism. It is the right that does not know it's about capitalism. See, here we go. Do socialists believe? No, they don't. No, they don't. They believe that capitalism was created by farmers when farmers privatized property from indigenous people. Farms were Farms were the first capitalist enterprise. This is what they believed. And don't try to debunk it, because you're going to say that's not true for reasons. That's not the point. This is what they believe. Farms were the first capitalist enterprise because they took land that belonged to indigenous people and it privatized it for the private use and profit of the farm. Because capitalism in this case is just defined as private property ownership. Your home, your land, your business, your apartment rentals, your intellectual property, your parental rights, your individual liberties. Does that make sense?
Butch Lee and Red Rover's theory on the connections between capitalism, race, and gender from Night Vision. Quote, understanding that race was politically constructed by capitalism to carry out class roles.
Whoa.
Then it's just another step.
Whoa. Understanding that race was politically constructed by capitalism. Again.
Vision. Quote, understanding that race was politically constructed by capitalism to...
Understanding that race was politically constructed by capitalism. That's why whiteness means capitalism. This is what the left believes. They believe that race was politically constructed by capitalism to support the ownership of people as private property. Does everyone understand this? The left believes that capitalism, again, capitalism is defined very specifically as private property ownership. Capitalism created slavery, which is the institution in which people are owned as private property. In the creation of slavery, they created race as a socially constructed concept, a politically constructed concept. in order to justify owning some people as private property and not others. Does everyone understand this? This is what is so confusing about the leftist belief. If you can understand this concept, you will understand the left. I promise you. This is the biggest piece. They don't believe that race has anything to do with skin color necessarily. They don't believe that white supremacy has anything to do with skin color. White supremacy means the person who owns the private property. Exactly, Stevie. Yes. If there is no capitalism, there is no reason to uphold the social construct of the races. Yes. Precisely. The people who owned the property were grouped together as white. They believe the concept of a white person did not exist before this. The people who were owned as property were grouped together as black. That's why black businessmen and black policemen are considered to be white by the left. That's why Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy, according to the Los Angeles Times. That's why Kanye West is a white supremacist. Are you guys starting to see? Because they believe that race was politically constructed by capitalism. So capitalism created slavery. Don't do this. Don't go down this road. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. See, when conservatives are introduced to this idea, what you guys do is you kick and scream like children. And I appreciate you, Jeremiah. You're asking good questions, but I'm trying to teach you something. And instead, what you're doing is what is happening right now. And I'm trying to help you out, bro. The cognitive dissonance is kicking in. And every single lie that every single conservative influencer has ever told you about this is screaming in your head right now. I need you to stop doing this if you're going to understand this. Exactly. Yes. As long as there is a hierarchy, whiteness is going to be at the top of the hierarchy because whiteness means capitalism. Capitalism is at the top of the hierarchy. The evil capitalist, the private property owner, the bourgeois, the oppressor is at the top of the hierarchy all the time. So they believe that capitalism, private property ownership, created slavery. Slavery is the ownership of people as private property. Race was politically constructed by capitalism to own people as slaves. Slavery then created systemic racism or institutional racism. They changed the dictionary definition of racism in 2020 to indicate systemic racism. Systemic racism is not a reference to skin color. It's a reference to the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism. That's why they're saying race was politically constructed by capitalism, because capitalism is the system that upholds racism. If you get rid of capitalism, private property ownership, then you get rid of racism. Does everyone understand that? Stop fucking debunking it. You know better, Reaper's son. Stop debunking. This doesn't matter. This never mattered. They are talking about racism in the United States, and you are changing the subject because you don't want to manage the cognitive dissonance that this concept creates you. I appreciate you, bro. I really do. No, you're not. No, you're not. You are not trying to figure out their rationality. You're trying to debunk it. You need to work through the cognitive dissonance. I'm trying to help you. You need to work through it. This is why I tell you guys to stop debunking them. It does not matter. Reality does not matter. There has never been any debunking that has changed their minds. It has never worked. Every second that you guys put into debunking them is a second that they get farther ahead because you still don't understand. They are talking about slavery in the United States. So when you're asking questions like, how do they rationalize other forms of slavery that existed? They don't care. They don't give a fuck. They do not care. This does not work into their equation. They're talking about slavery in the United States because they're talking about systemic racism in the United States because the United States is where they want to enact their Marxist utopia because they believe if they can enact it here, they can enact it anywhere. And so everything is around the United States. Nothing else matters, and no amount of debunking is going to change that. I'm trying to help you. I really am. I'm not just trying to be a dick. I'm trying to understand what, well, they use these terms. I mean, so what you need to do, Jeremiah, is go watch my How to Speak Socialist training on my Substack. They use these terms because they're describing different aspects of capitalism. There's no bait and switch. They are incredibly consistent. They are describing different aspects of capitalism. Critical race theory is an American invention. That's why it only deals with America. That's a really good point. It's a critical CRT is an American invention. That's why it's about here. Yeah, everyone has to work through the fact that debunking is never going to fix anything. All right, let's continue. Let's go back and listen again.
On the connections between capitalism, race, and gender from Night Vision. Quote, understanding that race was politically constructed by capitalism to carry out class roles, then it's just another step to see that the same goes for gender. Capitalism's ingrained mindset that these things are somehow naturally determined.
If race was constructed by capitalism, then so was gender. So he just said race was socially constructed by capitalism. Gender was also socially constructed by capitalism. The root cause of all of these things is capitalism. Again,
on the connections between capitalism, race, and gender from Night Vision. Quote, understanding that race was politically constructed by capitalism to carry out class roles, then it's just another step to see that the same goes for gender.
bing.
Capitalism's ingrained mindset that these things are somehow naturally determined, biologically fixed, is hard to break. These minor physical differences are only...
The fact that people think that gender is biological, that's a result of capitalism. That's a trick that capitalism has played on us. Did everyone hear that? Again.
Then it's just another step to see that the same goes for gender. Capitalism's ingrained mindset that these things are somehow naturally determined, biologically fixed, is hard to break. These minor physical differences are only a reference point for the vast superstructure of race that world capitalism created. When European capitalism reshaped gender under its rule, they did so around class and race. White women were to be unnaturally feminine, which meant weaker, delicate, dependent, lily white, housebound,
Stop
to men,
debunking.
alluringly satisfying to male domination. Only upper-class women and women from the middle classes, the lady and the housewife, could truly...
Bro, these people literally believe that men can menstruate too. Again, every time you guys debunk because you feel like you're owning the libs and you're getting one over on them, they are getting ahead of you. Every time you debunk, you are preventing yourself from learning what they actually believe, and they're not the ones suffering. You're the one suffering, and your children are going to suffer even more. So stop the shit with the fucking debunking. Exactly. You cannot debunk other people's religion.
men, alluringly satisfying to male domination. Only upper-class women and women from the middle classes, the lady and the housewife, could truly become these artificial women, of course. By definition, colonial and lower-class women were excluded, have failure to gender, we might say. Race became gender, for the making of the white race involved the politicizing and politicized unmaking of women to fit into white.
What? We're gonna listen to that again. This stream qualifies as part 3 of your How to Speak Socialist series. I mean, it just might. It actually just might. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. We need to listen to that again. Hang on.
Were excluded, have failure to gender, we might say. Race became gender.
Race became gender.
For the making of the white race involved the politicizing and politicized unmaking of women.
The making of the white race involved the politicizing and politicized unmaking of woman
To fit into white.
To fit into white. I don't know what that means yet. Let's keep going.
Eurocapitalism artificially remade its women physically weaker, domestic, and dependent.
Oh! They're saying that capitalism put women in the home where they became dependent on men for everything because men were in the workplace having all the power and all the money, and women were in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the family. And so like capitalism made women weaker and it made them dependent on men. Okay, I'm starting to get it now. Let's just listen again from the beginning.
Race became gender, for the making of the white race involved the politicizing and politicized unmaking of women to fit into white. Eurocapitalism artificially remade its women physically weaker, domestic, and dependent. Butch Lee and Red Rover also argue in that same book that capitalism started with the witch trials, the genocide of women, and the state's accumulation of
capitalism started with the witch trials. That's one I haven't heard before. I also don't think most people agree with that, but okay.
Their property. Activists, organizers, theorists, and the like can go round and round trying to determine what oppression came first, what formed what, what's more important to fight, etc.
Debunking is anytime you say, what about this? What about that? What about this other thing? What about this? It's when you're trying to make them be wrong. I think you know what debunking means. Like, I think you're smarter than that. You've already, Jeremiah, you've already picked up on a lot of stuff in the short time you've been here. So, like, anytime you're trying to contradict what they think in an effort to delegitimize what they think, in an effort to say that definition is wrong, or that's not true, or what about this other thing over here that unproves this, that's debunking. What you need to do, what we all need to do for these exercises is just assume the goal here is for us to put ourselves in their shoes. The goal here is for us to understand what their perspective is. So you can't bring in, that's not true, that's not the definition, I don't see it that way, what about this other thing over here that gets in the way of that? Like, you have to just push aside all your, and I know that I know why people want to do this, because they're like, that's just not right, that's not fair, that's not what that, okay, I get that. But our goal here is to understand. We have to turn our logical brain off for the purpose of this. And the goal here is for us to kind of move into their perspective and to see how they see the world. If you're not moving into their perspective with the ability to see how they see the world, then you're probably going to end up debunking them. The capitalist creation women creates an evolutionary pressure that weakens birthing bodies in the long run. Yeah.
Those who focus on class and or race often lose
Yes.
the discussion of gender.
Yes, this is exactly right. This is cosplaying as a socialist. Absolutely. This is how, listen, if you want to, I'm trying to tell you, bro, how you are going to learn the quickest. How you're going to learn the quickest is to cosplay as a socialist. Yep. Now, that's not to say you have to agree with their ideas. I think all their ideas are crazy. But if you can't explain what a socialist believes in a way that they would agree with you, then you don't really understand them. So, I mean, you can kick and scream and say that's not true, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true, that's not the definition, that's not this. You can kick and scream, but it's going to be a lot harder. This is like when you're going to the doctor to get a shot, and you can worry about getting a shot, and you can try to rationalize all the reasons you don't want to get a shot, and you can fight the doctor when he's trying to stick the needle in your arm. But honestly, if you just showed up and gave the doctor your arm and let him give you the shot, it'd probably be over a lot quicker.
Gender oppression in the dust, if not simply reference it. It is necessary to see the interconnections no matter what oppression we are focusing on. Section, freedom for all genders. In this context of these power relationships, it makes sense for any liberation movement to address the complex system of hierarchies. Narrowing our focus down to gender, how can we strive for freedom for all genders?
All genders. Infinite genders.
Quote, we are a movement of masculine females and feminine males, cross-dressers, transsexual men and women, intersexuals born on the anatomical sweep between female and male, gender blenders, and many other sex and gender variant people, and our significant others. All told, we expand the understanding of how many ways there are to be a human being. Our lives are proof that sex and gender are much more complex than a delivery room doctor's glance at genitals can determine, more variegated than pink or blue birth caps. We are oppressed for not fitting those narrow social norms. We are fighting back. Leslie Feinberg, Transliberation. Those of us who act and talk like there are only male and female should examine our assumptions and widen our view. There is a variety of ways to identify.
Those of us who act like we are only male or female, or talk like there are only male and female, should examine their assumptions. Hang on, again.
Fitting those narrow social norms. We are fighting back. Leslie Feinberg, Transliberation. Those of us who act and talk like there are only male and female should examine our assumptions and widen our view. There is a variety of ways to identify, perform, and express gender based on the actual experiences of people rather than scientific classification or patriarchal thinking. Gender is more...
By the way, just as a reminder, James Lindsay doesn't talk at all about how queer Marxism is about abolishing the gender binary. If you actually listen to them, they are so clear that this is about abolishing the idea that there are men and women, and instead creating a world with an infinite number of genders. James Lindsay would have you believe that we are listening to a Gnostic sex cult right now. Does this sound like a Gnostic sex cult to anyone? And this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem when people like James Lindsay lie to millions of people about what is going on. This is the problem when low IQ retards like Phil Labonte think that they know everything because they've listened to a couple of podcasts and they don't actually listen to the real world stuff. We tried everything we could yesterday to get Phil to actually listen to the real content. He refused to do it. Why? Because when you listen to the real content, you find out that they're lying to you. The right believes that this is all about sexualizing children. Have they talked about sexualizing children at all? No. They've talked about eliminating the gender binary. This is all that they care about. Yeah, I think you should bot. Absolutely. Why not?
Fluid-like than binary.
See? Look, it's more fluid-like than binary. Again.
There is a variety of ways to identify, perform, and express gender based on the actual experiences of people rather than scientific classification or patriarchal thinking. Gender is more fluid-like than binary. To deny the fluidity of gender is to deny many people's real experiences, and it's also common among communities where gender nonconformity and gender variance is marginalized or invisible, to assume that these things come out of race or class privilege, which is also to deny many people's experiences and further marginalize them. Gender is also intimately connected with sexuality. Whether one acceptably looks or acts an appropriate gender by our society's standards or not, freedom to do what we want or to not do what we don't want with our bodies and our love is restricted in many ways. Therefore, gender self-determination must also include the freedom of consensual sexuality between and among all genders. Think about the oppression one must face as someone who does not identify with or perform the gender they are expected to. Why are they expected to? Consider the safety of a person who is transsexual, transgender, genderqueer, or any other gender variant identity. If a person desires or needs to live as a different gender from what he or she is born, their ability to pass as that gender may affect their survival, either in terms of possible violence or lack of a good job, etc., or both. Emi Koyama wrote in Transfeminist Manifesto, "Because our identities are constructed within the social environment into which we are born, one could argue that the discontinuity between one's gender identity and physical sex is problematic only because society is actively maintaining a dichotomous gender system. If one's gender were an insignificant factor in society, the need for trans people to modify their bodies to fit into the dichotomy of genders may very well decrease, although probably not completely. Trans and sexual and transgender people often require the services of the medical community in order to pass. Passing describes a transgender person's ability to be accepted as their preferred gender. The term refers primarily to acceptance by people the individual does not know, or who does not know that the individual is transgender. Source Wikipedia. However, similarly
Source
to how being
Wikipedia.
homosexual was and is considered to having condition, often gender variant people are said to have gender dysphoria or gender identity disorder based on concepts of normal and abnormal. The medical establishment is also that which first determines our gender. Section: Institutionalized gender oppression. It is important to consider how the medical establishment is an institution of gender oppression. There is a history of patriarchal heteronormative development of Western medicine. The lack of respect for women and their choices, lack of non-sexist research on women's health, denial of female experiences such as PMS, lack of respect for queer people, even considering them crazy or diseased, lack of adequate AIDS research, affordable drug costs, lack of respect for intersex people, non-consensual mutilation of most or some intersex people, circumcision of most boys without consent, strict rules on how mothers should birth their babies, high-cost abortions, risky, unhealthy contraceptives, lack of appropriate education about and screening for HPV, which can cause cervical cancer, lack of respect for trans and other gender variant people, and on and on and on. Not to mention that being poor or brown compounds the disrespect and lack of proper care and access. This is an example of institutionalized gender oppression. Institutionalized gender oppression can even be as simple as going to the bathroom. Many of us don't have to think about it. Or perhaps we're reminded of the story about how the Equal Rights Act was argued against because it was said that eventually men and women would have to share public bathrooms. What if you avoid going to the public restroom because you don't know if you are safe doing so? Many transsexual, transgender, and other gender variant people may not be able to pass as an appropriate gender to belong, quote unquote, in one gendered restroom or the other. The reaction of other people is one situation which can be a matter of physical safety or harassment or a weird expression on someone's face, but one can get fired or even arrested for entering the quote unquote wrong bathroom. A report on bathrooms on the Transgender Law Center website stated, "Bathrooms reinforce the current gender system. Bathrooms are a daily structural reminder that we must know at each moment."
This is why they are so hell-bent on these gender-neutral bathrooms. At every gender conference that I've gone undercover at, or well, not even gender conference, at every socialism conference that I've gone undercover at, what they do while the conference is going on is they get rid of all the binary bathrooms. So like even if there are still men's and women's rooms, they put signs outside of them that say non-bind, like no, like gender neutral. So you don't know if you're going into the men's room or the women's room. And it's actually like honestly one of the most bizarre experiences I've had is like going into what was previously the women's room, which is much nicer than the men's room, by the way. It smells way better than the men's room. And so what happens is, because the women's room smells far better than the men's room, the men end up going into the women's room. And then I come out of a stall and I see a guy with a big beard standing there. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it is actually a really bizarre experience. Not that I was necessarily scared or anything. Nothing bad happened. But it was like, it is a bizarre experience, but they do this every time. Well, yeah, I did. I accidentally walked into the men's room one time when I was at one of these conferences, and I didn't know which one was which. So I walked into the one on the left, and I saw the urinals. I walked right back out, and I walked into the other one. I was like, nope. And the smell coming out of the men's room was so awful. I was like, nope, no. I don't care if they're gender neutral. I'm going in the non-smelly bathroom. Thank you.
Whether or not we identify as female or male.
Hang on. So everything is an expression of capitalism. Yes. 100% of things are expressions of capitalism. There is nothing that is not an expression of capitalism. Everything leads back to capitalism. There is no exception to this rule. Test me if you don't believe me. I'll tell you how everything goes back to capitalism.
Male and female, these are our only choices. Why must we artificially divide the huge gender diversity into two groups? Why is it so important that we relieve ourselves with only those who are lumped into the same group as ourselves? What if you are gender variant and you have to go to jail or prison? Think strip searches, harassment, improper medical care, verbal and physical abuse. What about employment? Nearly every social institution is founded on the assumption that people can and will fit properly into their gender boxes. This is not freedom. Section: Gender self-determination. Quote, "The continued oppression of women proves only that in any binary there's going to be one up and one down. The struggle for equal rights must include the struggle to dismantle the binary." Gender outlaw.
The struggle for equal rights must include the struggle to dismantle the gender binary. Are they being obtuse? Did they say the struggle for equal rights must include the struggle to normalize the Gnostic sex cult? No. They said the struggle for equal rights must include the struggle to dismantle the gender binary.
There's going to be one up and one down. The struggle for equal rights must include the struggle to dismantle the binary. Gender outlaw.
Duh.
Quote from Peggy Cornegger. When we say we are fighting the patriarchy, it isn't always clear to all of us that that means fighting all hierarchy, all leadership, all government, and the very idea of authority itself.
When we are talking about dismantling the patriarchy, that means the struggle to fight all hierarchy, all leadership, all government, and the idea of authority itself, because the hierarchies are created by capitalism.
That's from the Anarchism, the Feminist Connection. We may be imprisoned by gender, but we can also use gender to set ourselves and each other free. We should address strict, rigid divisions of mutually exclusive genders as false and consider how they're used against people. This social division of genders, the gender dichotomy, is what patriarchy, homophobia, and transphobia are based on.
Oh my God, wait. Phil is arguing with you about it right now. Everyone go to Twitter and argue with Bot. Bot, put the link in the chat. Everyone go to Twitter and argue with Bot against Phil fucking Labonte moron right now. Oh my God. What is he saying, Bot? I can't see it. He blocked me. Hang on. I can look at it in the stock account. I don't need to look at it on my normal account. Hang on. Oh my God. What a fucking retard. Bot says, did you know the reason whiteness means capitalism is because the far left believes that race was created when people were owned as private property and active capitalism? So Phil says, yes, there is a paper called Whiteness is Property. So then why isn't Phil talking about this? Why isn't Phil teaching this to his audience? Has Phil even read the paper? No, because he doesn't care, Human Centipede. He's not. Listen, I understand your approach is much more diplomatic than mine. I really do get it. Maybe your approach is correct. I can acknowledge that. But Phil Labonte is a low IQ retard. Actually, maybe so how would you suggest, I mean, he's just arguing. He's not actually engaging at all. So how would you suggest we handle this? Phil Labonte said yesterday he doesn't care about nuance. Phil Labonte said yesterday he doesn't care about watching the full context. He's not going to do it. He's only going to watch clips out of context. Phil Labonte just hours ago told Sin to get fucked cunt. I just don't think he's smart enough. I'm sorry. He's kind of shown us. Yeah, this literally yesterday he said, I don't care about nuance. I'm not going to watch anything but clips. And he said, get fucked cunt to Sin. Everyone was trying to be diplomatic with him yesterday. Reagan was trying to be, that Reagan's diplomatic. She was trying to be diplomatic. I was even trying to be diplomatic with him. I was on my best behavior until he said, get fucked cunt to Sin. And now he can go F himself. I don't care how much he's compensating for having a tiny dick. It doesn't matter to me at all. It was extremely disrespectful.
Should we smash the gender dichotomy? Get rid of gender? In an essay called Politicizing Gender, Moving Toward Revolutionary Gender Politics.
So Bot very nicely goes on Twitter and now Phil says he's going to block Bot because she's harassing him about me. Bot isn't even mentioning me. Oh no, she did mention me, I guess, in the last tweet. Phil is going to block Bot because Bot mentioned me. This is what we are dealing with. Well, I didn't expose the paper, but I exposed the speech she gave 20 years after the paper.
Carolyn wrote,
anyway,
for many anti-authoritarians, there may be the temptation to smash gender or destroy gender roles. This may seem logical to some. However, I believe this too leads to an alternate form of authoritarianism. A gender revolution will only be meaningful if it substantively...
Hang on, Jeremiah says, am I on the wrong track to think there is a strange simplicity to all this? No, you're not. If you understand, Jeremiah, that the core of this is always and perpetually capitalism, and it is never anything else. It is always about capitalism, abolishing capitalism, liberation from capitalism. That is all it is. Every single issue leads back to that. If you understand that, you understand the left. It is actually very, very simple.
Powers everyone. Gender must be liberated, but we all must have a voice in what that means, not from an abstract, predetermined theory, but a synthesis of real people's experiences.
Second beer.
I believe we will see that many people find gendered roles liberating, while others experience serious oppression through these roles. Any strategy toward liberation must maintain the integrity of all of our experiences and be willing to question how different communities can accept divergent and antagonistic needs without creating an atmosphere of punishing silences and real violence. End quote. The struggle for gender self-determination should include the dismantling of the gender dichotomy,
I have
but
more
not
left.
to the extent that gender identities are replaced by androgyny or genderlessness, that any gender identities are prohibited, nor that people who conform to accepted ways of being male or female are looked down upon. The dismantling of the gender dichotomy is a process of looking at the social division of gender as based on power.
Well, the reason you're a little shocked by it is because no one else understands this. You've probably heard a lot of things about this that are not like it really is this simple, and but it is. Just stick around, Jeremiah. Just stick around. You'll see. You don't listen, bro. You've already come a long way really quickly. Like, just stick around and you'll see it confirmed over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Every single time we watch one of these things, it's going to be the same answer. They are incredibly consistent about this. It does not change. I want to listen to this part again.
Of punishing silences and real violence. End quote. The struggle for gender self-determination should include the dismantling of the gender dichotomy, but not to the extent that gender identities are replaced by androgyny or genderlessness, that any gender identities are prohibited, nor that people who conform to accepted ways of being male or female are looked down upon. The dismantling of the gender dichotomy is a process of looking at the social division of gender as based on power relationships, to fight against that power, to accept a variety of ways of expressing and performing gender, to destabilize ideas of real man and real woman, to respect people's decisions about how they identify and what language they use regarding their identity, regarding pronouns, regarding labels, etc. What each of us can do depends on our position in the gender hierarchy. Addressing our privilege where we have it, listening to others, overcoming assumptions, confronting domination, addressing the limits that have been forced on us, being disloyal to patriarchy, and seeking out our own identities with a vision of a world without the coercion of the gender dichotomy and patriarchy. Those of us who are subjected by gender oppression need to have solidarity with each other. Those who privilege from gender oppression need to see where they are also repressed by patriarchal expectations and lack of choices for expression. We need to look for those things that threaten patriarchal power structures and use those things against it. We need to come together against patriarchal masculinity. It is necessary to undermine men's assumed access to privilege and control. We must see the interconnections of oppressions and make our goal the liberation of all. Michelle O'Brien wrote in an article called Gender Skirmishes on the Edges, Notes on Gender Identity, Self-Determination, and Anti-Colonial Struggle. A revolutionary politics of self-determination must also be about recognizing and challenging systems of white supremacist capitalism and neocolonialism.
White supremacist they literally used it as one key term. White supremacist capitalism. Did everyone hear that? Again.
Notes on Gender Identity, Self-Determination, and Anti-Colonial Struggle. A revolutionary politics of self-determination must also be about recognizing and challenging systems of white supremacist capitalism and neocolonialism.
A revolutionary politics must be about challenging systems of white supremacist capitalism and neocolonialism. Colonialism means privatizing indigenous land under the oppressive force of capitalism.
Self-determination isn't just about making individual decisions. It's about communities, classes, and nations seizing control of one's own destiny from the grips of the domination of capital, state violence, and colonization. A substantive, radical gender politics must challenge all structures of domination as they are deeply interconnected across the surface of our lives and across this planet. We need to address and confront institutional.
I just want to say, this smoky beer, yo, it smells like a smoked turkey or a piece of like smoked bacon or any smoked piece of meat. That's what it smells like. I'm just gonna let that. It's God. I want a steak or something now. I'm not kidding.
Gender oppression. Some will find it necessary to think in terms of reform, while others will seek justice and solutions through direct action. We must address our own attitudes and actions, those within our community, and gender oppression on a larger scale. Self-determination is a freedom that would ultimately require that we no longer be ruled by the state nor by anyone else. The state, embodying domination, seeks to control our bodies and our lives. No authority can tell us who we are, and no one can rightfully control our bodies. We cannot simply say that fighting against patriarchy is a fight for the freedom of more than half the population. We know that it is and has not been all feminists' goals to set all women free, that racism and classism has permeated much of the mainstream feminist movement. However, those of us who are feminists know that the feminist movement has been criticized as racist more than race and class-based movements have been criticized as sexist. We also know that many feminists, particularly anarcho-feminists, have struggled and are struggling for freedom from all oppressions.
Anarcho-feminists? All right, we'll have to look into that at some point.
My vision of anarcho-feminism is a feminism that is anarchist, not only in the sense that the objective isn't equality with men within a domination-based system, but also in the sense that we question the basis on which gender divisions and roles are shaped by power.
Whoa! Anarcho-feminism isn't about women having equality with men. Anarcho-feminism is about questioning the idea of gender entirely and questioning the idea of power created by gender divisions entirely. Do you guys understand that? Gender equity can only be achieved when gender is eliminated. Yes, correct. Sophie Lewis is an anarcho-feminist. Yep, she is. Again.
Anarcho-feminism is a feminism that is anarchist, not only in the sense that the objective isn't equality with men within a domination-based system, but also in the sense that we question the basis on which gender divisions and roles are shaped by power.
Yo, bot. Seriously? If only Big Tech wasn't such a jackass, I could send this to him. Oh no. If only he wasn't such a jackass. If only he wasn't being such an asshole, I could send this to him. Maybe I will anyway. I don't know.
Anarcho-feminism is a feminism that is anarchist, not only in the sense that the objective isn't equality with men within a domination-based system, but also in the sense that we question the basis on which gender divisions and roles are shaped by power. It makes no sense why gender self-determination and freedom from patriarchy can so easily be left out of discussions about power and are absent from liberation movements.
Do you think Nick would like it?
As long as patriarchy is not addressed, domination will.
Should I send it to Nick? I don't like to I feel like sometimes I send stuff to Nick and I'm like bothering him with it. And I don't want to abuse like the fact that like I don't want to abuse like Nick privilege, I guess. So do you think he would actually want to see that? Like I'll send it to him, but like
be a central value in our society. People will be oppressed based on their gender or sexuality, and freedom is not possible. Gender oppression is an incredibly old oppression. It's likely that people's unwillingness to address it on a larger scale is because it is so daunting. How can we change ingrained attitudes, how we've been taught to think and act? Another difficult dimension to this problem is that for so many of us, gender oppression is a very personal experience. So how do we empower ourselves and everyone to fight against gender oppression? These are issues around which we need to think and talk and create strategies.
All right. Well, that was an incredibly fruitful exercise. We are moving on to document number 2, which is both that was the longest one we're looking at, guys. I know we're going long today, but that's okay. I mean, we learned a lot from that one. Lots of good clips from that one, and now I feel like we are transitioning into the real that was kind of like your basic kind of like queer Marxism gender theory document. Like, here's kind of what we believe. We want to abolish the gender binary. We think capitalism created all this stuff. There's racial components too, intersectionality, all that. It was kind of like high level, right? Okay, I should pause here. Does anyone have questions about the first one that we just listened to? I know I answered a bunch of questions throughout it, but I want to make sure before we get into gender nihilism, which is a step above what we just listened to, like we're going like that, like what we just listened to is normal queer anarcho-communist crazy. Now we're going into gender nihilism, which is a step above the normal queer anarcho-communist crazy, and then we're going to crescendo with an even crazier thing than that. Yeah, I saw Jeremiah's question. Hang on, I saw it. How does what is being advocated here advance the cause? I'm not understanding the connection. What are you talking about? The cause of what? This is how they communicate with each other. This is how they share their ideas. This is how they make sure everyone is on the same page. This is not about, they don't expect people like us to read this. This is about communicating with each other and educating each other. How does it advance the cause? Because every time you express an idea about abolishing the gender binary, more people are going to do things that lead to abolishing the gender binary. We can look all around us and see abolish the gender binary in public. Just do a YouTube search, abolish the gender binary, or just put non-binary, breaking the binary. This is an anarchist document that's published on anarchist websites. But this is how they communicate with each other. This is what they teach to each other. This is why they're publishing it. It's why they're writing it. This is what they teach other people about their ideas. Every single time you write about abolishing the gender binary, more people are going to do stuff that will lead to the abolition of the gender binary. Gender neutral bathrooms, drag queen story hour, teaching kids that they're gender queer. Like on and on and on. This is the top of the funnel, bro. This is the very top. This is like the most invested people, the truest believers, and then it all trickles down into pop culture from there. Does that make sense? You've got these subcultures that the subcultures are at the tip of the spear. The subcultures are the early adopters. It's like when you have a product. And when the product first comes on the market, you have early adopters of the product. The general public doesn't even know the product exists. But over the course of time, if the product is successful and the early adopters like the product, the general public starts to know the product exists, and then they start adopting it. It's like when the iPhone first came out, you had the craziest early adopters of the iPhone. And now what percentage of the public has an iPhone? Right? I was an early adopter of the iPhone, by the way. Just saying. Same thing with an iPod, same thing with an iPad, same thing with like any tech. Like you can look at like what happens with technology and equate it to this. So it's the same thing. The anarcho-communists are the early adopters. They're the ones that know this stuff is happening before anyone. And then it'll trickle down into general society. And I would encourage you, again, watch the How to Speak Socialist training that is currently pinned to the front of my Substack, carlin.substack.com. I show you this. I show you how the anarcho-communist stuff makes its way into popular culture. I do a bunch of pop culture stuff in that. So you'll be able to see. Yeah, this is the fountainhead. This is the beginning. Listen, you got to keep in mind, guys, we are literally years ahead of everyone. And I know that's hard to believe, and it's a little bit weird, and I understand that because I feel the same way. But this community, the content that you're watching right now, we are years ahead in our understanding of the left than anyone out there. That's why people fight with us all the time. That's why influencers have no effing clue what we are talking about. That's when we try to teach other people. They're like, you're a socialist. We're like, no, we're not. We're trying to show you what they're saying. This is why we have such a problem spreading this information, because we are literally years ahead of everyone. In 2 years, they will be talking about what we're talking about right now. I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. That's just reality. This is the state of being of this community. And so when you're that far ahead, yeah, Chris is on Twitter. He keeps getting called crazy over and over again. We're like, we see this. It's happening right. The reason is we know how to source the information. No one else knows how to source the information. And so when you're like this far ahead, if we're years ahead, how far? Oh, the left is almost won. We're 10 to 15 years away from the socialist revolution. I'm not joking about that. We are 10 to 15 years away from the US government being overthrown. No joke. They're decades ahead of us, bro. Where we are right now is we are reviewing literature from the 90s and the aughts. This stuff, actually, no, this stuff is relatively new, but a lot of the anarcho-communist stuff that we look at is like 20 years old. And that's us being 2 years ahead. So if you're asking how far ahead the left is, decades. They're decades ahead of us. That's how fucked we are. The left is decades ahead of us. I wish it weren't true. Don't shoot the messenger or nothing. But the only way that we have any possibility of catching up at all right now is to learn the language and to learn the ideas, because when you learn the language and you learn the ideas, you inoculate yourself to them. Because when you understand the language, when it shows up in the real world and you're like, you're a socialist, you, okay, you're a socialist too. Oh, I didn't realize you were a socialist. When you understand the language, when it shows up in your real life, then you're inoculated to it. There's nothing they can do to hurt you. There's nothing they can do to get past what you've already seen. Anyway, who's ready to do some gender nihilism? Let's get this party started.
An Anti-Manifesto, written by Alison Escalante, 2015. Read by Sen Naomi Kirschholz, July 30th, 2022. Introduction. We are at an impasse. The current politics of trans-liberation have staked their claims on a redemptive understanding of identity, whether through a doctor or psychologist diagnosis or through a personal self-affirmation.
Hey, listen. What stage of grief should I be at? Well, work your way through them. You'll reach acceptance eventually. Listen, Jeremiah, every single person in my community has had to work their way through these stages of grief. I'm not joking when I say that. People can corroborate in the chat. Every single person, especially the people that have been around for a long time, we've all gone through this process. Everyone goes through this process where they're like, are we really this fucked? We can't be really this fucked. Are we really? How did this happen? What is even going on right now? We've all been there, bro. We've all been there. And that's why, I mean, influencers on Twitter don't get this. They think I've created some sort of cult. They think that I literally have my audience brainwashed. But I don't have anyone brainwashed at all. What I'm literally doing is just showing people what's going on, and then people start to realize how ever-loving effed we really are and where we're really at, and they're like, holy shit. This is so much worse than we thought it was. And I'm just showing you what the left is doing. I know how to source the materials. And then everyone's like, we have to tell people. We have to tell people. Like, this is literally what's going on in my community right now. People out on Twitter. We have to tell people. People have to understand, because they're like, holy shit, no one else is saying this. We have to tell people. And then they go into the influencer feeds and they try to tell people, and they're doing it earnestly. And they're like, they're like, we just want you to know what's going on. And the influencer's like, fuck you, you're a cult, you just want attention. I swear to God, this is what we've been dealing with all year. They call us all crazy. They say that all my community members are cultists that are just like worshiping everything I say and do. They call us all communists or socialists because we're so far ahead of them that they can't see it. They will one day. But this is where you're at. I mean, in some respects, it's good to be at the tip of the spear, right? Because we are the ones that know what's actually going on. In some respects, we are surrounded by people who don't get it and don't want to get it. And there's just nothing we can do about it. Anyway, let's keep going. We're getting into the good stuff, guys.
In the form of a social utterance, we have come to believe that there is some internal truth to gender that we must define. An endless set of positive political projects have marked the road we currently travel, an infinite set of pronouns, pride flags, and labels. The current movement within trans politics has sought to try to broaden gender categories in the hopes that we can alleviate their harm.
Gender categories.
This is naive. Judith Butler refers to gender as the apparatus by which the production and normalization of masculine and feminine take place, along with the interstitial forms of hormonal, chromosomal, psychic, and performative that gender assumes. If the current liberal politics of our trans comrades and siblings are rooted in trying to expand the social dimensions created by this apparatus, our work is a demand to see it burned to the ground. We are radicals who have had enough with attempts to salvage gender. We do not believe we can make it work for us. We look at the trans misogyny we have faced in our own lives, the gendered violence that our comrades, both trans and cis, have faced, and we realize that the apparatus itself makes such violence inevitable. We have had enough. We are not looking to create a better system, for we are not interested in positive politics at all. All we demand in the present is a relentless attack on...
Have you guys seen the cover of Time magazine? Hang on, I'll show you. This just popped up on my Facebook. Hang on. This popped up on my Facebook from all people of Tim Pool. Like, I don't know why that exactly happened, but I'll show you. Hang on. Hang on. I just saw them post this. Why isn't it coming up? I just saw a notification. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's his actual profile. Hang on. Here it is. Check this out. Look at the cover of Time magazine. I almost feel bad for Biden. I almost feel again, I said this from the very beginning with Biden. I was like, Biden literally waited his entire life to be president. He waited for decades to be president. He worked the machine, he played the game. He actually they definitely did not rig the system for him to get elected. It was the most perfect election in the history of elections. And then he winds up as president and he has dementia. And now they're having hard conversation. How the fuck do we get Biden to step aside? How do we, like, oh my God. Like, can you imagine? I have too much. This is the problem. This is why I keep trusting internet people that I really shouldn't trust, like moron big tech. Like I really have too much empathy for people. I really do. I'm like, man, you try to be nice because you want to see the best in people and all that, but like I feel like, yo. Anyway, I apologize, guys. We're gonna get back to it. Hang on. I had to show you that though. Not that one. That one. Why has my hair become poofy on the bottom? I don't know. Mysteries of life. All right, let's continue. Everyone pay attention. Everyone focus.
And gender and the modes of social meaning and intelligibility it creates. At the core of this gender nihilism lies several principles which will be explored in detail here. Anti-humanism as foundation and cornerstone, gender abolition as a demand, and radical negativity as method. Anti-humanism.
Oh, by the way, actually, Cassandra McDonald over at Timcast, who like the Timcast writers are actually good. Tim himself sucks, but like the Timcast writers are actually good. But Cassandra actually had a great story today about how apparently the New York Times had created an article to publish it 2 days before the debate about how bad Biden's debate performance was and how he should step aside. So think about this. 2 days before the debate, the New York Times already has this article ready to go about how bad Biden's debate performance is and how he should step aside. The debate happens, they publish the article, but because they publish on WordPress, they didn't pay close enough attention to the date in the URL. And so the reason they know the article was ready to go 2 days ahead of schedule was because the WordPress automatically puts a date in the URL to when the article was created. Like, isn't that crazy? All right, I swear, we're paying attention now.
Anti-humanism. Anti-humanism is a cornerstone which holds gender nihilist analysis together. It is the point from which we begin to understand our present situation. It is crucial. By anti-humanism, we mean a rejection of essentialism. There is no essential human. There is no human nature. There is no transcendent self. To be a subject is not to share in common a metaphysical state of being, ontology, with other subjects. The self, the subject, is a product of power. The I in I am a man or I am a woman is not an I which transcends those statements. Those statements do not reveal a truth about the I, rather they constitute the I. Man and woman do not exist as labels for certain metaphysical or essential categories of being. They are rather discursive, social, and linguistic symbols, which are historically contingent. They evolve and change over time. Their implications have always been determined by power. Who we are, the very core of our being, might perhaps not be found in the categorical realm of being at all. The self is a convergence of power and discourses. Every word you use to define yourself, every category of identity within which you find yourself placed, is the result of a historical development of power. Gender, race, sexuality, and every other normative category is not referencing a truth about the body of the subject or about the soul of the subject. These categories construct the subject and the self. There is no static self, no consistent I, no...
Please, for the love of God, be better than this. You really think this is all because they smoke weed? This is why you guys lose. You think this is all because of drugs or mental illness or any of these things? No. This is because they have been indoctrinated into this ideology since they were 5 years old in the public schools. And while they were being indoctrinated into this ideology, people like you were ignoring the public school system. That's why. Because it's been in the public school system the entire time the current generation of activists have been alive. That's why. Has nothing to do with drugs, has nothing to do with mental illness. It's because it is in the school system. In ways that most people don't even realize.
History transcending subject. We can only refer to a self with the language given to us, and that language has radically fluctuated throughout history and continues to fluctuate in our day-to-day life. We are nothing but the convergence of many different discourses and languages which are utterly beyond our control, yet we experience the sensation of agency.
Listen, Bot smokes more weed than I do. Bot doesn't believe this shit. I don't believe this shit. Jesus. How old are you? We'll wait. How old are you? Yeah, exactly. Chris smokes weed. He's not a fucking communist. How old are you? A lot of people smoke weed that are not socialists. Even people here. Okay, so you're 45. That makes sense then. It wasn't in the school system when you were in school. This got ingrained in the school system around 2008, 2009, 2010. That means the current graduating classes, the ones who are 20 years younger than you, have been in this since they were 5 years old. So I literally wasn't talking about you. That's why. And the fact that so many people are like, this wasn't in school then. This wasn't in school when I was in high school 30 years ago. Or this wasn't or 20 years ago or whatever the fuck. This wasn't in school when I was in school. Do you think things changed? Do you think it's possible that things changed? You're 45. I'm 40. What the fuck age am I? I'm 40. I'm 43. So we're basically almost the same age. This shit wasn't in school when I was in school. This shit didn't get fully ingrained in school until 10 years after you and I graduated from high school. That's why you didn't have it in school.
Navigate these discourses, occasionally subverting, always surviving. The ability to navigate does not indicate a metaphysical self which acts upon a sense of agency. It only indicates that there is symbolic and discursive looseness surrounding our constitution. We thus understand gender through these terms. We see gender as a specific set of discourses embodied in medicine, psychiatry, the social sciences, religion, and our daily interactions with others. We do not see gender as a feature of our true selves, quote unquote, but as a whole order of meaning and intelligibility which we find ourselves operating within. We do not look at gender as a thing which a stable self can.
Listen, bro. Are you listening to this? Well, you know what? We're going to go back and start at the beginning. I feel like no one's listening. We were already 5 minutes into this. We're going back to the beginning. Are you listening, or are you here to talk about yourself and your lived experience? We are now rewinding. I want everyone in the chat to stop talking about anything that doesn't have to do with this. Anyone who continues to talk about anything that doesn't have to do with this is going to get put in a temporary timeout. And if you continue to talk after that about anything that doesn't have to do with this, you're going to get banned. We are going back to the beginning. Our purpose here is to listen to this. Does everyone understand? It's not to talk about your feelings. It's not to talk about your lived experiences. If you have questions related to this are fine. But the focus here is on this. All right, let's begin again.
2022. Introduction. We are at an impasse. The current politics of transliberation have staked their claims on a redemptive understanding of identity. Whether through a doctor or psychologist diagnosis or through a personal self-affirmation in the form of a social utterance, we have come to believe that there is some internal truth to gender that we must define. An endless set of positive political projects have marked the road we currently travel, an infinite set of pronouns, pride flags, and labels. The current movement within trans politics has sought to try to broaden gender categories in the hopes that we can alleviate their harm. This is naive. Judith Butler refers to gender as the apparatus by which the production and normalization of masculine and feminine take place, along with the interstitial forms of hormonal, chromosomal, psychic, and performative that gender assumes. If the current liberal politics of our trans comrades and siblings are rooted in trying to expand the social dimensions created by this apparatus, our work is a demand to see it burned to the ground. We are radicals who have had enough with attempts to salvage gender.
We are radicals who have had enough with the attempts to salvage gender. No, Bill Ayers is just an output of this ideology. He is not a cause of this ideology. Bill Ayers came way after this ideology started. We are radicals who have had enough with attempts to salvage gender.
We do not believe we can make it work for us.
We can't make
we look
gender
at the
work.
trans misogyny we have faced in our own lives, the gendered violence that our comrades, both trans and cis, have faced, and we realize that the apparatus itself makes such violence inevitable. We have had enough.
The gender binary makes violence inevitable. That is what they're arguing. The idea that there are men and women makes violence inevitable. Does everyone understand this?
We are not looking to create a better system, for we are not interested in positive politics at all. All we demand in the present is a relentless attack on gender and the modes of social...
You know the answer to this. Stop. Has the apparatus been identified? What is the apparatus that supports gender? Jeremiah already knows the answer to this. He's pretending he doesn't. Pop quiz for the chat. What is the apparatus that upholds gender? What is the apparatus that upholds gender? Capitalism. The apparatus that upholds gender is capitalism. Bro, you sat through the entire last one. Come on. You heard them say it, Jeremiah. You heard them say this over and over and over and over and over again in the previous video that we listened to. I know you're in the bargaining stage right now, bro. You are bargaining. You're like, this can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real. It is real. You are going to hear them say this in every single presentation about gender that we watch. It will never change. It will never be different. I know you're bargaining right now, but you're going to hear them say capitalism repeatedly in this document. Let's continue. Yeah, you're not smart enough to be here, bro. I'm starting to question whether or not you should even be in my chat.
Meaning and intelligibility it creates. At the core of this gender nihilism lies several principles which will be explored in detail here. Anti-humanism as foundation and cornerstone, gender abolition as a demand, and radical negativity as method. Anti-humanism is a cornerstone which holds gender nihilist analysis together. It is the point from which we begin to understand our present situation. It is crucial. By anti-humanism, we mean a rejection of essentialism. There is no essential human. There is no human nature. There is no transcendent self. To be a subject is not to share in common a metaphysical state of being, ontology.
When we're learning shit, we don't make jokes. You are in a classroom right now. I'm the teacher. You are the student. If you do not like the relationship, you can leave. I do not need your jokes. The purpose here is to learn. If you are not here to learn, go somewhere else.
With other subjects. The self, the subject, is a product of power. The I in I am a man or I am a woman is not an I which transcends those statements. Those statements do not reveal a truth about the I. Rather, they constitute the I. Man and woman do not exist as labels for certain metaphysical or essential categories of being. They are rather discursive, social, and linguistic symbols, which are historically contingent. They evolve and change over time. Their implications have always been determined by power. Who we are, the very core of our being, might perhaps not be found in the categorical realm of being at all. The self is a convergence of power and discourses. Every word you use to define yourself, every category of identity within which you find yourself placed, is the result of a historical development of power. Gender, race, sexuality, and every other normative category is not referencing a truth about the body of the subject or about the soul of the subject. These categories construct the subject and the self. There is no static self.
They're essentially saying that everything we believe we are as human beings is socially constructed by capitalism. Do you guys understand that? That's what they just said. Every single aspect of who we believe we are as human beings is just a result of social conditioning that only exists as a result of capitalism. I'm going to say that again. We'll play it again. Don't worry. Every single part of who we believe we are as human beings is a social construct that only exists as a result of capitalism. They are telling us that we are the products of capitalism. Anytime you hear normativity is a reference to capitalism. Rewind the fucking presentation. We already covered this. We're not doing it again. Listen, no debunking, no bullshit, no shit posting. Let's listen again.
Within which you find yourself placed is the result of a historical development of power. Gender, race,
We're
sexuality.
going to go back further. Hang on. And guys, I'm being harsh because I really feel like there are a bunch of people in the chat who are not listening right now, and I don't like that because this is actually important, and I'm also drinking as I'm doing this, which means I'm having to decipher all this and the chat and all this stuff. So if I'm appearing harsh on you, it's because I actually do want you to learn, but when you're shit posting in the chat, like, that's not helpful.
Are historically contingent. They evolve and change over time. Their implications have always been determined by power. Who we are, the very core of our being, might perhaps not be found in the categorical realm of being at all.
Who we are at the very core of our being might not be found in the categorical realm of being at all. So what they're saying is who we believe we are is not actually who we are. Do you understand that? They're saying that the core of our being is a still unrealized thing that we might not even be aware of. Do you guys understand that? Let's keep going.
The self is a convergence of power and discourses. Every word you use to define yourself, every category of identity within which you find yourself placed, is the result of a historical development of power.
The historical development of power means capitalism. Every time they're saying power, they mean capitalism. So now they're saying you don't know your true self because every part of who you think you are is a social construct that has been forced upon you by the oppressive capitalist system. Does everyone understand this? I'm pausing because I know there's a delay in the chat. I don't want people to be afraid to ask questions. I'm not going to yell at you if you ask a good question that I haven't already answered. Okay, cool.
Gender, race, sexuality, and every other normative category is not referencing a truth about the body of the subject or about the soul of the subject.
Every normative category, again, normative is another term for capitalism, gender, race, sexuality, that's not referencing a truth about who you are. That is something that has been imposed on you by capitalism.
Categories construct the subject and the self. There is no static self, no consistent I, no history transcending subject. We can only refer to a self with the language given to us, and that language has radically fluctuated throughout history and continues to fluctuate in our day-to-day life. We are not.
The reason that they target language is because if you target language, you target what people are able to think. People are not able to consider concepts that they do not have some sort of language for. Does that make sense? If you see something and you don't know what you're like, what the fuck is that? You're like, it's like this nebulous, like you don't have the language to describe it. And so it's harder for you to even conceive of the concept. That's why they target language and why they create language and why they create concepts. Because if they can give people language for these crazy ideas, then those crazy ideas become real. Does everyone understand that? I've already got you covered for that. I already have done that on my Substack and my Speak Socialist Substack, so.
Nothing but the convergence of many different discourses and languages.
Guys, I literally have stuff like this on my Substack. If you haven't been on my Substack or you're looking for a resource, I have stuff like this. So you don't actually need to do this. I've already done this for you. That's why you should all support my work at Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. $8 a month, $80 a year. You get access to a whole bunch of stuff just like this.
Which are utterly beyond our control, yet we experience the sensation of agency. We navigate these discourses, occasionally subverting, always surviving. The ability to navigate does not indicate a metaphysical self which acts upon a sense of agency. It only indicates that there is symbolic and discursive looseness surrounding our constitution. We thus understand gender through these terms. We see gender as a specific set of discourses embodied in medicine, psychiatry, the social sciences, religion, and our daily interactions with others. We do not see gender as a feature of our true selves, quote unquote, but as a whole order of meaning and intelligibility which we find ourselves operating within. We do not look at gender as a thing which a stable self can be said to possess. On the contrary, we say that gender is done and participated in, and that this doing is a creative act by which the self is constructed and given social significance and meaning. Our radicalism cannot stop here. We further state that historical evidence can be provided to show that gender operates in such a manner. The work of many decolonial feminists has been influential in demonstrating the ways that Western gender categories were violently forced onto indigenous societies and how this required a complete linguistic and discursive shift. Colonialism produced new gender categories and with them new violent means of reinforcing a certain set of gendered norms. The visual and cultural aspects of masculinity and femininity have changed over the centuries. There is no static gender. There is a practical component to all of this. The question of humanism versus anti-humanism is the question upon which the debate between liberal feminism and nihilist gender abolitionism will be based. The liberal feminist says, I am a woman, and by that means that they are spiritually, ontologically, metaphysically, genetically, or any other modes of essentially a woman. The gender nihilist says, I am a woman, and means that they are located within a certain position in a matrix of power, which constitutes them as such. The liberal feminist is not aware of the ways power creates gender, and thus clings to gender as a means of legitimizing themselves in the eyes of power. They rely on...
They believe that Native Americans had something called Two-Spirit, which is someone is in their tribe who had a position of honor, which does not have gender. And so, yeah, they believe that the Native Americans did have these non-gendered categories, and they were actually in a position of honor.
Trying to use various systems of knowledge, genetic sciences, metaphysical claims about the soul, Kantian ontology, in order to prove to power that they can operate within it. The gender nihilist, the gender abolitionist, looks at the system of gender itself and sees the violence at its core. We say no to a positive embrace of gender. We want to see it gone. We know appealing to the current formulations of power is always a liberal trap. We refuse to legitimize ourselves. It is imperative that this be understood. Anti-humanism does not deny the lived experience of many of our trans siblings who have had an experience of gender since a young age. Rather, we acknowledge that such an experience of gender was always already determined through the terms of power. We look to our own childhood experiences. We see that even in the transgressive statement of we are women, wherein we deny the category power has imposed upon our bodies, we speak the language of gender. We reference an idea of woman which does not exist within us as a stable truth, but references the discourses by which we are constituted. Thus, we affirm that there is no true self that can be divined prior to discourse, prior to encounters with others, prior to the meditation of the symbolic. We are products of power, so what are we to do? So we end our exploration of anti-humanism with a return to the words of Butler. My agency does not consist in denying this condition of my constitution. If I have any agency, it is opened up by the fact I am constituted by a social world I never chose. That my agency is riven with paradox does not mean it is impossible. It means only that paradox is the condition of its possibility. Gender abolition. If we accept that gender is not to be found within ourselves as a transcendent truth, but rather exists outside of us in the realm of discourse, what are we to strive for? To say gender is discursive is to say that gender occurs not as a metaphysical truth within the subject, but occurs as a means of mediating social interaction. Gender is a frame, a subset of language.
Gender occurs as a means of mediating social interaction. That means that gender dictates how you show up in the world and how you interact with other people. Everyone needs to be paying attention. If you're not paying attention, you're not doing what you should be.
And set of symbols and signs communicated between us, constructing us and being reconstructed by us constantly.
Listen, I've seen you say several times in the chat that you're having trouble understanding this because it's different than what you believe. What you need to do is you need to step outside of yourself and understand that different people have different values than you and different people have different ways they see the world. And you need to put yourself over here for a second and put yourself in their shoes. And stop telling yourself it's confusing and stop telling yourself you don't understand it, because every time you say this, you make it harder for yourself to understand it. You don't have to believe it in order to understand it.
Thus, the apparatus of gender operates cyclically. As we are constituted through it, so too do our daily actions, our rituals, norms, and performances reconstitute it. It is this realization which allows for a movement against the cycle itself to manifest. Such a movement must understand the deeply penetrative and pervasive nature of the apparatus. Normalization has an insidious way of naturalizing, accounting for, and subsuming resistance. At this point, it becomes tempting to embrace a certain liberal politics of expansion. Countless theorists and activists have laid stake to the claim that our experience of transgender embodiment might be able to pose a threat to the process of normalization that is gender.
This is a conservative talking point that is not grounded in reality. If you think that the only people who are sucked into this ideology are weak or lost people, you are not grounded into reality. This is a bullshit conservative talking point. It has no bearing on what we're listening to right now. Every single time this talking point is advanced, you make it more difficult for people to understand what's going on and to fight back against the left in an effective way. Can we please, for the love of fucking God, stop advancing bullshit conservative talking points right now?
We have heard the suggestion that non-binary identity, trans identity, and queer identity might be able to create a subversion of gender. This cannot be the case. In staking our claim on identity labels of non-binary, we find ourselves always again caught back in the realm of gender. To take on identity in a rejection of the gender binary is still to accept the binary as a point of reference. In staking our claim on identity...
Hang on. So this is where we're going into the nihilism part. Because they're saying, even if you accept the gender binary, even if you want to reject the gender binary, you're still accepting the existence of it in the first place. Does everyone understand this? They're saying that even if you are arguing to reject the gender binary, which the previous thing did, you're still accepting it in the first place, and that's considered to be bad. Listen again.
Claim on identity labels of non-binary, we find ourselves always again caught back in the realm of
One more, because I didn't go back far enough.
activists have laid stake to the claim that our experience of transgender embodiment might be able to pose a threat to the process of normalization that is gender. We have heard the suggestion that non-binary identity, trans identity, and queer identity might be able to create a subversion of gender. This cannot be the case.
Yes, exactly. They're upholding their own oppression by even acknowledging the existence. Exactly. Rosie, this is some advanced shit today. So if you're feeling lost, you're probably not alone, but this is this is very, very advanced what we're doing right now. If you feel lost, if anyone's watching this that feels lost, just sit back and listen, okay? If you don't understand it the first time, it's okay. You're probably not alone. We're going to work our way through it. Ask questions if you need to, but even if you don't understand it at the end of the stream, that's still okay, because this is hard what we're listening to right now. And I want to just acknowledge that, because I know a lot of people might be confused. If you're confused, that's okay. Don't be too hard on yourself. It will click eventually.
Staking our claim on identity labels of non-binary, we find ourselves always again caught back in the realm of gender. To take on identity in a rejection of the gender binary is still to accept the binary as a point of reference. In staking our claim on identity labels of non-binary, we find ourselves always again caught back in the realm of gender. To take on identity in a rejection of the gender binary is still to accept the binary as a point of reference. In the resistance to it, one only reconstructs the normative status of the binary. Norms have already accounted for dissent. They lay the frameworks and languages through which dissent can be expressed. It is not merely that our verbal dissent occurs in the language of gender, but that the actions we take to subvert gender in dress and affect are themselves only subversive through their reference to the norm. In resistance to it, one only reconstructs the normative status of the binary. If an identity politics of non-binary identity cannot liberate us, it is also true that a queer or trans identity politics offers us no hope. Both fall into the same trap of referencing the norm by trying to do gender differently. The very basis of such politics is grounded in the logic of identity, which is itself a product of modern and contemporary discourses of power. As we have already shown quite thoroughly, there can be no stable identity which we can reference. Thus, any appeal to a revolutionary or emancipatory identity is only an appeal to certain discourses, and in this case, that discourse is gender. This is not to say that those who identify as trans, queer, or non-binary are at fault for gender. This is the mistake of the traditional radical feminist approach. We repudiate such claims as they merely attack those most hurt by gender. Even if deviation from the norm is always accounted for and neutralized, it sure as hell is still punished. The queer, the trans, and non-binary body is still the site of massive violence. Our siblings and comrades still are murdered all around us, still live in poverty, still live in the shadows. We do not denounce them, for that would be to denounce ourselves. Instead, we call for an honest discussion about the limits of our politics and a demand for a new way forward. With this attitude at the forefront, it is not merely certain formulations of identity politics which we seek to combat, but the need for identity altogether. Our claim is that the ever-expanding list of personal preferred pronouns, the growing and ever more nuanced labels for various expressions of sexuality and gender, and the attempt to construct new identity categories more broadly, is not worth the effort. If we have shown that identity is not a truth but a social and discursive construction, we can then realize that the creation of these new identities is not the sudden discovery of previously unknown lived experience, but rather the creation of new terms upon which we can be constituted. All we do when we expand gender categories is to create new, more nuanced channels through which power can operate. We do not liberate ourselves, we ensnare ourselves in countless and even more nuanced and powerful norms, each one a new chain. To use this terminology is not hyperbolic. The violence of gender cannot be overestimated. Each trans woman murdered, each intersex infant coercively operated on, each queer kid thrown onto the streets is a victim of gender. The deviance from the norm is always punished. Even though gender has accounted for deviation, it still punishes it. Expansions of norms is an expansion of deviance. It is an expansion of ways we can fall outside a discursive ideal. Infinite gender identities create infinite new spaces of deviation, which will be violently punished. Gender must punish deviance, and thus gender must go. And thus we arrive at the need for the abolition of gender. If all of our attempts at positive projects of expansion have fallen short and only snared us in a new set of traps, then there must be another approach. That the expansion of gender has failed does not imply that contradiction would serve our purposes. Such an impulse is purely reactionary and must be done away with.
Guys, I'm just listening to it instead of doing commentary because I'm really trying to get a maison sense of this. Like, this is actually hard for me to understand. I'm probably going to have to listen to this a couple more times to really get it. We're not going to do that today, but if I'm just being quiet, I'm just like, I'm trying to get the full sense of what they're arguing. Human Centipede says the next video will clear a lot of this up. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, I kind of just want to get through this and get what we can from it and then get to the next video. And hopefully we'll get more. But so this is a lot, guys. And so we'll probably end up coming back to this one at some point. So I don't want anyone to feel like if we don't get it all right this second, then that's it, because this is a lot. They're arguing that the expansion of gender categories has failed because it still kind of reinforces the core idea, right?
The reactionary radical feminist sees gender
Oh
abolition
God,
as such.
Sarah B just got here. Sarah B, we're throwing you into the deep end, girl. Like, you might be overwhelmed. Just sit with it. It's gonna be okay. All right. This what we're listening to. This is hang on. This is not an introduction to a book. This is queer anarcho-communist propaganda. This is the deepest, darkest, radical, revolutionary leftist subculture that you can possibly find. There is nothing more leftist than what we're listening to right now. And it's like one of those, it's like an underground thing. So no, it's not a book. It's a communique. All right, hang on.
A contradiction. For them, we must abolish gender so that sex, the physical characteristics of the body, can be a stable material basis upon which we can be grouped. We reject this wholeheartedly. Sex itself is grounded in discursive groupings, given an authority through medicine, and violently imposed onto the bodies of intersex individuals. We decry this violence. No, a return to a simpler and smaller understanding of gender, even if supposedly material conception, will not do. It is the very normative grouping of bodies in the first place.
Sarah, you don't have to go back to the beginning. Just Sarah, I'm just saying this because you're relatively new to this. You just found our community. This is just very advanced. So just sit with it and listen, and we'll help you through it. But like, I don't know that going back to the beginning will actually help.
Which we push back against. Neither contraction nor expansion will save us. Our only path is that of destruction. Radical negativity. At the heart of our gender abolition is a negativity. We seek not to abolish gender so that a true self can be returned to. There is no such self. It is not as though the abolition of gender will free us to exist as true.
They consider capitalism to be an oppressive force. They believe that capitalism literally enacts violence on other people. So yes, you can play this game all you want, Jeremiah, but everything is eventually going to go back to capitalism. At some point they have, well, no, they already do this. They already do this. This is not this. We saw this over a year ago in a presentation on Red May called The Propertied Regime, where they do acknowledge the body is a form of private property that must be abolished. You don't own your body. There is no individual liberties are a form of private property. Your thought is a form of private property. Your speech is a form of private property. We're already way past that, bro. We got to that like a year ago.
or genuine selves, freed from certain norms. Such a conclusion would be at odds with the entirety of our anti-humanist claims, and thus we must take a leap into the void. A moment of lucid clarity is required here. If what we are is a product of discourses of power and we seek to abolish and destroy those discourses, we are taking the greatest risk possible. We are diving into an unknown. The very terms, symbols, ideas, and realities by which we have been shaped and created will burn in flames, and we cannot know or predict what we will be when we come out the other side. This is why we must embrace an attitude of radical negativity. All the previous attempts at positive and expansionist gender politics have failed us. We must cease to presume a knowledge of what liberation or emancipation might look like, for those ideas are themselves grounded upon an idea of the self, which cannot stand up to scrutiny. It is an idea which for the longest time has been used to limit our horizons. Only pure rejection, the move away from any sort of knowable or intelligible future, can allow us the possibility for a future at all. While this risk is a powerful one, it is necessary. Yet in plunging into the unknown, we enter the waters of unintelligibility. These waters are not without their dangers, and there is a real possibility for a radical loss of self. The very terms by which we recognize each other may be dissolved, but there is no other way out of this dilemma. We are daily being attacked by a process of normalization that codes us as deviant. If we do not lose ourselves in the movement of negativity, we will be destroyed by the status quo. We have only one option: risks be damned. This powerfully captures the predicament that we are in at this moment. While the risk of embracing negativity is high, we know the alternative will destroy us. If we lose ourselves in the process, we have merely suffered the same fate we would have otherwise. Thus, it is with reckless abandon that we refuse to postulate about what a future might hold and what we might be within that future. A rejection of meaning, a rejection of known possibility, a rejection of being itself. Nihilism. That is our stance and our method. Relentless critique of positive gender politics is thus a starting point, but one which must occur cautiously. For if we are to criticize their own normative underpinnings in favor of an alternative, we only fall prey once again to the neutralizing power of normalization. Thus, we answer the demand for a clearly stated alternative and for a program of actions to be taken with a resolute no. The days of manifestos and platforms are over. The negation of all things, ourselves included, is the only means through which we will ever be able to gain anything. This has been Gender Nihilism, an Anti-Manifesto, written by Alison Escalante and read by Sun Naomi Kirschholz, July 30th, 2022.
All right, we're going to go right into the third video because Human Centipede says this one makes more sense. We're running a little long today, but I do want to listen to this. This is a lot, guys. Beyond negativity, what comes after gender nihilism?
Negativity. What comes after gender nihilism? Written by Alison Escalante. Read by Sun Naomi Kirschholz, July 31st, 2022. I've spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out how to respond to my previous work, Gender Nihilism and Anti-Manifesto. For the last year or so, I've had a very strong conviction that I must respond to it, but have struggled to do so adequately. I wrote an addendum that's now attached to the original article where it's hosted on libcom. I'd felt it was necessary to try and explain the context in which gender nihilism was written.
What's libcom? Does anyone know? Libcom? The fuck is that? I mean, we got this out of the anarchist library, so what libcom? Oh, libcom is a resource for everyone fighting to improve the lives, communities, and working conditions. It looks like a magazine, like an online magazine. Okay, I'll look into that later.
And to explain the criticisms it had generated. I spent the years since the original posting of Gender Nihilism ruminating on the many criticisms it received, as well as reflecting on the many people who reported finding it useful, insightful, and radical. In my mind, Gender nihilism has a mixed legacy. It is, sometimes to my frustration, the most popular work I have ever written, and it has received greater distribution than I could have ever imagined. Given the surprising popularity of the article, it has been my conviction that I have an obligation to write something which could correct some of the errors of the original theory. This essay is my attempt to do so. In broad strokes, my thoughts on gender nihilism and the ideas that developed around it are as follows. Gender nihilism correctly diagnosed a problem. What I at the time called the proliferation of identity designates, I believe, a real trend within LGBT and queer discourse in which there's a tendency towards endlessly developing taxonomies to map out difference. This difference is indeed conceptualized as an ontological difference that reflects some sort.
Are they saying that any categories get in the way of sameness? Because the idea of equity is basically the idea of sameness. Like, we're all the same. There are no hierarchies. We all have access to the same resources, like all this stuff. Like, are they saying that categories of gender get in the way of us eliminating all hierarchies? That's what it is? Okay, I understand. So even talking about the abolition of the gender binary acknowledges the gender binary as a thing, which reinforces that hierarchies are a thing, which gets in the way of eliminating the hierarchies, which gets in the way of equity. Any acknowledgement of any categories leads back to the individual. They don't want the individual to exist at all, because if the individual exists at all, that gets in the way of the collective. See, Philibante would never be able to understand this shit. This is why he's reeing over on Twitter and blocking people.
Sort of stable subject from which knowledge of that difference can be divined via the correct discourses of identity. That is a real problem that plagues LGBT activism to this day. In that sense, the criticism forwarded in the article still maintains relevance. Gender nihilism could not, however, go beyond this initial diagnosis. It failed at the crucial task of establishing a theory of the relationship between this ideology of difference and the material conditions from which gender emerges. Put more simply, gender nihilism could accurately point out a problem, but it was unequipped to explain what the source of that problem is. Rather than actually attempt to materially investigate the class interests at play in production of gendered difference, gender nihilism settled with saying, if the problem is proliferation, then the solution must be its opposite. Therefore, our task is to negate endlessly. This solution could never have been adequate because it responds to an ideological issue at the level of ideology. Fighting ideology with counter-ideology rather than eliminating and reshaping the material conditions from which the first ideology emerged. This was never a useful solution or contribution to theories of resistance to gender. The work to be done, if we want to revitalize the critical insight of gender nihilism, is to accurately diagnose the material base from which the ideology of difference and taxonomy emerges. I hope that this essay will attempt to investigate that material base and to provide insight into a materialist project, which takes the critiques in my original argument seriously, would look like. In order to do this, I will first reevaluate the original critique I forwarded in Gender Nihilism to reassess its current relevance. Second, I will turn to the work of Monique Wittig in order to provide a materialist account of ideologies of sexual difference. Finally, I will examine what a materialist and thoroughly non-nihilist project of resistance to such an ideology and its material base might look like. What was gender nihilism? Gender nihilism, an anti-manifesto, opens with the claim that the current politics of transliberation have staked their claims on a redemptive understanding of identity. This statement still seems to largely reflect the contemporary situation with an activism and theory focused on transliberation and LGBT issues on the whole. Quite simply, the politics surrounding issues of gender and sexuality are still a politics centered around a notion of recognition. The central concern is whether or not LGBT individuals are recognized by liberal society writ large as subjects. This is obviously a concern which cannot be simply glossed over. The question of who is granted subject status is of utmost political concern. At the same time, politics cannot be reduced to this question. A significant amount of writing about LGBT and queer identity is still primarily focused with expanding recognition through articulating an endless set of new identities. How many think pieces have been penned which critique the terminology of lesbian, gay, and bisexual as being inadequate for the recognition of the vast multiplicities of genders, which we are now supposed to recognize as ontologically
Okay.
distinct realities?
Okay, now this is getting more clear. So they're saying, like, we don't want any labels at all. We don't want lesbian, we don't want gay, we don't want bisexual. All of these labels are inherently oppressive. So when people say the left wants to get rid of lesbians, they're right. They also want to get rid of gay. They also want to they want to get rid of all, okay, now I'm saying like all labels entirely. It's everything, Teresa. Everything.
Even in mainstream LGBT and queer media, we see a proliferation of theories like the split attraction model, each an attempt to provide a precise definition of each individual's own sexuality and gender. Each meant to provide, in a sense, a recognition of the specificity of one's experience. This approach does not, however, stop merely at the recognition of experience. Rather, it shapes that experience into a comprehensive identity which is understood as being ontologically distinct from the countless other infinitely precise sexualities and genders. Again, this phenomena seems to be largely driven by a desire for recognition. In fact, the goal seems to be the creation of recognition that is entirely non-reductionist, a recognition which captures the specificity of my own experience and sense of self to the fullest extent possible. Thus, the proliferation of identity which gender nihilism first railed against can perhaps be understood as a demand for recognition taken to an absurd extent. It is important to emphasize that questions of recognition are not trivial. After all, we need merely make a quick return to Hegel to realize the extent to which recognition is central to our own subjectivity. Gender nihilism, I think, failed to take into account that.
Shut the fuck up. Get out. If you're not here to be serious, get the fuck out.
This redemptive notion of identity has developed in response to a real need for recognition. Yet gender nihilism was correct to note that this demand for recognition via the recognition of each individual's personal identity as ontologically distinct is a demand for recognition that subtly naturalizes the relationships of power and class, which create that identity in the first place. The demand, recognize my identity.
No. You absolutely cannot talk about anything that is not related to what we are watching. I am the teacher. You are the student. You are in my classroom. If you do not like my rules, you can get the fuck out. We are not doing this anymore. I am so sick of people in the chat bringing up stuff that is not relevant to this when this is already really difficult to get through. So if you are not here to understand this, go somewhere else. This is extremely complicated and complex. Anything you talk about that is not related to this is nothing more than a distraction. Go to church. God.
As being as valid as other identities presumes identity exists as some unassailable and natural phenomena. For example, in the demand that non-binary identity be seen as equally valid to man or woman as identities, there's presumption that we ought not to be critical of the notions of man and woman in the first place. The impulse to simply create more and more identity categories can only be understood as a liberating political project if we understand the project of placing people into identity categories on the basis of gender and sexuality to be a politically liberatory act in the first place. Gender nihilism was originally an attempt to argue that this naturalization of identity was in fact an attempt to expand modes of control, theories of deviance, and mechanisms for punishment. This is what is meant by the statement, all we do when we expand gender categories is to create new, more nuanced channels through which power can operate. We do not liberate ourselves, we ensnare ourselves in countless and even more nuanced and powerful norms.
By creating more gendered categories, they are creating more oppression.
each one a new chain. Quite simply, gender nihilism was the insistence that if the cost of recognition was the expansion of gender as a fundamentally violent apparatus of categorization, then recognition was not worth it. This is where the nihilism in gender nihilism came in. At the time that I wrote the article, it seemed sensible to me that we might escape the entire game of categorization through a rejection of identity on the whole. The entire third section of my original article outlines a notion of self-abolition through embracing unintelligibility and refusing to put forth a positive politics of identity. In essence, a nihilistic embrace of meaningless resistance was the only.
So they want to embrace unintelligibility, to which you cannot tell what categories a person belongs to. Do you guys understand that? They want people to embrace being unintelligible to any specific category.
Only possible way forward. This was, quite frankly, a naive understanding of what resistance and identity might look like. I do not disagree with my original claim in the second section of the article that gender abolition presents the best possible solution to the problem both of gendered violence on the whole, but also to the problem of recognition. Where I now diverge from my previous thought is in terms of what the project bringing about such abolition might look like. An embrace of unintelligibility, of nihilism, of a rejection of meaning and stability might have presented a useful method of resistance if gender operated merely at the level of ideals and ideology. If gender was nothing more than the belief in stable ontological identities, then perhaps a rejection of that belief might be enough. But gender is more than a belief. Gender represents a material reality which divides the world.
If you continue to whine in my chat and you continue to distract in my chat when you have already been spoken to, when the chat is telling you to shut the fuck up, then you will be banned. This is extremely complicated material and you are distracting everyone, and I am not going to have it continue. And so now I want you to confirm that you understand that if you do not say something that is relevant to what we are watching and what we are learning, then I expect you not to speak at all. Do you understand? Yes or no? If I see anything other than yes or no from you in the chat, I will permanently ban you from the chat. You have been spoken to multiple times. Do you understand that this is not your personal fucking soapbox? We are trying to learn something that is extremely complicated, and your fucking proselytizing is distracting. We do not want to ban anyone except people who come in and want to distract us and do not fucking listen. So do you understand? Yes or no? And I will wait for your response before we continue. Do you understand? Okay, drama queen, whatever. Goodbye. Permanently banned. Go away. This is why we don't allow retarded conservatives around here. This is why they're not allowed. Because they do this every single goddamn time. Every single time. Continuing.
World not just at the level of the ideal, but at the level of labor, economics, and life itself. Gender divides the world into those who do specific types of labor and those who don't, into those who are financially independent subjects and those who are financially dependent. This division does not occur merely at the levels of ideals, but in the day-to-day material matter lives of individuals. If gender operates not merely at the ideological or symbolic
I'm going to
level,
back up a little bit.
then a
You're right.
response
You're right. You're right. Let's go back a little bit. We're going to go back several minutes, actually.
snare ourselves in countless and even more nuanced and powerful norms, each one a new chain. Quite simply, gender nihilism was the insistence that if the cost of recognition was the expansion of gender as a fundamentally violent apparatus of categorization, then recognition was not worth it. This is where the nihilism in gender nihilism came in. At the time that I wrote the article, it seemed sensible to me that we might escape the entire game of categorization through a rejection of identity on the whole. The entire third section of my original article outlines a notion of self-abolition through embracing unintelligibility and refusing to put forth a positive politics of identity.
So, self-abolition means liberating oneself from the oppressive system, means that you show up in the world in a way that is completely uncategorizable. I know we talked about this before, but I hadn't incorporated the self-abolition part yet. So, if you want, like, it's kind of saying, like, no one needs to liberate you from anything. You can liberate yourself from the system by refusing to conform to the system and showing up in a way in which you don't adhere to any category. And this will negate your identity. Does everyone understand that? Sarah, I never mind answering questions when they're asked in good faith. What I mind is when people come in here to be disruptive and they don't listen. But if you're asking questions in good faith, that's totally fine. But this is like an advanced one, so it's a little bit more difficult. Nope, not non-binary. Non-binary is still a categorization. Non-binary still acknowledges the binary exists, so it's still a categorization. Let's listen again.
Game of categorization through a rejection of identity on the whole. The entire third section of my original article outlines a notion of self-abolition through embracing unintelligibility and refusing to put forth a positive politics of identity. In essence, a nihilistic embrace of meaningless resistance was the only possible way forward. This was, quite frankly, a naive understanding of what resistance and identity might look like. I do not disagree with my original claim in the second section of the article that gender abolition presents the best possible solution to the problem both of gendered violence on the whole, but also to the problem of recognition. Where I now diverge from my previous thought is in terms of what the project bringing about such abolition might look like. An embrace of unintelligibility, of nihilism, of a rejection of meaning and stability might have presented a useful method of resistance if gender operated merely at the level of ideals and ideology. If gender was nothing more than the belief in stable ontological identities, then perhaps a rejection of that belief might be enough. But gender is more than a belief. Gender represents a material reality which divides the world not just at the level of the ideal, but at the level of labor, economics, and life itself. Gender divides the world into those who do specific types.
Yes, Jeremiah, this is correct. They're saying that starting down the road to gender identity was a bad idea to begin with, because what they should have done is just eliminated all categories and been done with it. So they made the mistake in that they, instead of eliminating all the categories, they created more categories. And the creation of the categories was in and of itself an oppressive act.
The labor and those who don't, into those who are financially independent subjects and those who are financially dependent. This division does not occur merely at the levels of ideals, but in the day-to-day material matter lives of individuals. If gender operates not merely at the ideological or symbolic level, then a response which does operate only at that level is inadequate. As such, I am quite convinced that the model of resistance proposed in gender nihilism need to be rejected, and a new model developed on the basis of a material investigation into the material base which produces ideologies of gender and difference, which gender nihilism was so obsessed with rebutting. The rest of this essay will attempt to do that work. A materialist theory of gender. Gender nihilism did very little to give a solid definition of gender. While it certainly opposed something referred to as gender, it did not go about adequately explaining exactly what that thing was. In the brief moment that the article does devote to this task, it settles for citing Judith Butler, who writes that gender is the apparatus by which the production and normalization of masculine and feminine take place along with the interstitial forms of hormonal, chromosomal, psychic, and performative that gender assumes. While that is certainly a jargon-laden definition, it is not a definition which provides a comprehensive notion of gender.
Appreciate it.
From this definition, we're left asking several questions. What is an apparatus? In what realm does it operate? ideal, symbolic, material, etc.? What does that production and normalization look like? Through which institutions is it enacted? While Butler certainly has tackled these questions in her own work, gender nihilism never set out to do so and never even bothered to summarize Butler's own answers. As such, we are left trying to deduce exactly what gender is for gender nihilism. It seems that the answer to this question is that for gender nihilism, gender is the symbolic division of individuals into various categories, as well as the mechanisms of enforcement that ensure compliance with these categories. Gender would then be understood as the discourses which dictate assignment to male or female, or in the new world of identity proliferation, to any other newly recognized categories. As such, gender nihilism primarily understands gender itself to be a process of taxonomy and categorization. This understanding of gender does seem to recognize real processes which do in fact take place, but it does not attempt to explain why these processes operate the way they do, what class interests this operation serves, or what the relationship between these processes and material concerns about the reproduction of society might be. Gender nihilism takes for granted that these processes are violent enactments of power, but due to its grounding in a faulty and misapplied Foucauldian notion of displaced and dispersed power, never asks whose power is being enacted and whose interest this all serves. All of this is a lengthy way to say that the theory of gender in gender nihilism was not an adequately materialist theory of gender. It correctly noted that there is a certain ideological processes of categorization and naturalization of difference which is occurring, but it did not go beyond this. We must now go beyond that initial critique. Thankfully, much of the work of providing materialist theory of gender has already been done. The French radical feminist theorist Monique Wittig's own writing on gender, sexuality, and materialism has laid a powerful foundation for the project we must undertake. Wittig's project has a similar starting point to gender nihilism. It seeks to argue against a sort of naturalization of identity which has become popular in feminist politics. Wittig begins her essay, "One is not born a woman," by explaining that a materialist feminist approach to women's oppression destroys the idea that women are a natural group. For Wittig, women are not oppressed because they are women. That is to say, we do not live in a world wherein there are first women and then afterwards there is an oppression of women. Rather, Wittig insists that what we take for the cause or origin of oppression is in fact only the mark imposed by the oppressor. The myth of
So we are not oppressed. Women are not oppressed because they are women. They are oppressed because they accepted the categorization of the oppressor in the first place. And we know that capitalism created the concept of women, according to these people. And so you're not oppressed because you are something, you're oppressed because you accepted the label in the first place. The label imposed upon you by the capitalist system. You accepted the social am I getting this right? No. Power always means capitalism. You need to stop doing this. You are bargaining. You need to stop. Power is always capitalism. I'm gonna listen again.
politics. Wittig begins her essay, "One is not born a woman," by explaining that a materialist feminist approach to women's oppression destroys the idea that women are a natural group. For Wittig, women are not oppressed because they are women. That is to say, we do not live in a world wherein there are first women and then afterwards there is an oppression of women. Rather, Wittig insists that what we take for the cause or origin of oppression is in fact only the mark imposed by the oppressor. The myth of woman, plus its material effects and manifestations in the appropriated consciousness and bodies of women. Thus, this mark does not predate oppression. Women do not constitute a pre-existing and naturally delineated group of people, but are, quote, an imaginary formation which reinterprets physical features in themselves as neutral as any other but marked by the social system through the network.
Women are the idea of what a woman is an imaginary categorization.
Relationships in which they are perceived. End quote. Thus, for Wittig, the assertion of woman as an identity cannot in fact be a particularly useful starting point, because it risks naturalizing the forces which produce it. I hope the resonance between this theory and the theory put forth in gender nihilism is obvious. Wittig is, thankfully, not satisfied with merely noting that woman is not a natural identity. She goes further to investigate exactly why this phenomena of gendered categorization takes place. In order to do this, Wittig seeks to define what we call oppression in materialist terms by, quote, making it evident that women are a class, which is to say that the category woman, as well as the category man, are political and economic categories, not eternal ones.
The category of women and the category of man are political and economic categories, not eternal ones or something that is innate. They're saying that, again, and we heard this before, capitalism created the categories of women and man. Capitalism created the social construct. The social construct of women and man is designed to oppress everyone through capitalism. If you accept the categories, then you are accepting your own oppression under capitalism. Even if you reject the gender binary as a thing, you are still accepting that it exists in the first place and are therefore accepting your own oppression. Oh yeah, Matt fucking Walsh would have no idea about this.
Our fight aims to suppress men as a class not through a genocidal but a political struggle. Once the class men disappears, women as a class will disappear as well, for there are no slaves without masters. It is this shift to understanding the phenomena of gender.
If the category of men disappears, the category of women will disappear as well. You cannot have men without having women. If you get rid of one, you get rid of both. And honestly, the opposite's probably true. They also probably think if you get rid of the category of women, you also get rid of the category of men.
As an issue of class and class struggle that provides a materialist foundation for a more comprehensive theory of gender. In order to truly understand how gender operates materially, we must turn to another of Wittig's essays, the category of sex. Here, Wittig truly sets about the task of giving a materialist account of gender in profoundly dialectical terms. She writes, the perenniality of the sexes and the perenniality of slaves and masters proceeded from the same belief, and as there are no slaves without masters, there are no women without men. Thus, men and women are understood through a dialectical notion of class. The material base from which gender as a process of categorization emerges is thus the material contradiction expressed in this relationship. She continues, the ideology of sexual difference functions as censorship in our culture by masking, on the ground of nature, the social opposition between men and women. Masculine, feminine, male, female are the categories which serve to conceal the fact that social differences always belong to an economic, political, ideological order. Every system of domination establishes divisions at the material and economic level. Furthermore, the divisions are abstracted and turned into concepts by the masters. For there is no sex. There is but sex that is oppressed and sex that oppresses. It is the oppression that creates sex, and not the contrary. In this formulation, the process of categorization which gender nihilism simply referred to as gender is in fact an ideology of sexual difference which exists in order to obscure and naturalize the economic and social exploitation of women. The processes of categorization are thus materially grounded in class struggle and emerge to serve the material interests of men as a class. This is the profound materialist insight which gender nihilism could never get to on its own. As such, Wittig provides the framework necessary for the criticism which gender nihilism puts forth to have teeth. Her work can direct that criticism towards not just the ideology of difference, which is operative in the process of categorization, but to the relationship and class struggle which produces this ideology. These insights demonstrate the way that the valorization of difference and potentially even the demand for recognition of difference as foundational to one's subjectivity can operate as ideological justifications for material exploitation. Suddenly, the impulse towards categorization and taxonomy is no longer some free-floating and amorphous discourse, but takes on a function within a material contradiction. Moving past nihilism. Gender nihilism as a form of political nihilism was profoundly pessimistic. In Abolitionism in the 21st Century, from Communization as the End of Sex to Revolutionary Transfeminism, Jules Joanne Gleason notes that this
Jules Joanne
pessimism
Gleason.
can be found in other works of transfeminist theory.
Who is Jules Joanne Gleason? Pop quiz. Who is Jules Joanne Gleason? Anyone know? Who is Jules Joanne Gleason? It's almost like we've been circling these people for years. Who is Jules Joanne Gleason? Nope, not the one making the hormones. That's Jules Gill Peterson, though. That's a different Jules. You're not wrong with that. Yes, transgender Marxism. Jules Joanne Gleason is one of the people who edited the book Transgender Marxism. Exactly. Jules Gill Peterson is the trans person that advocates for self-administered hormones. Jules Gill Peterson is transgender Marxism.
It is unsurprising that those struggling so intensely to fight for their liberation might sink into pessimism. Yet I want to echo Gleason's critique. Gleason notes that between these writers, we are still left with only the skeleton of a strategy. Abolitionist politics are becoming more timely than ever, however, and so this stance is due urgent development. This is certainly the case, and gender nihilism offered little hope in providing adequate development of this strategy. She also suggests that such strategical work has been developed in other radical literature, particularly in the writings of prison abolitionists. Gender nihilism could not, of course, draw on the politics of prison abolition as a result of its rejection of politics on the whole. It thus seems that gender nihilism's own idealist grounding precludes the possibility for it to produce a strategy at all. I hope that the picture I have painted of gender nihilism at this point is complex. I insist that the ideas put forward in the Anti-Manifesto were not entirely off base, but lacked a theoretical grounding, and I have attempted in this essay to provide a materialist account which might correct the mistakes of gender nihilism. As such, we are left with the need for the abolition of gender, the need to push back against reformist projects that simply seek to make an expanded notion of gender. What remains to be created is the establishment of a path forward. I want to suggest that Gleason is correct to note that communist opposition to the family provides a crucial path forward. She argues, quote,
That kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it? That just like, let's abolish all categories of gender because any category of gender is oppressive, to communist opposition to the family is correct. This is why I say, guys, capitalism created the gender binary that created the nuclear family upholds capitalism. It is literally that fucking circle graph that I have in the How to Speak Socialist presentation. It is literally the fucking circle graph. I have, like, listen, let me show you. Hang on, I'll fucking show you in the presentation. In the video presentation, I have this circle graph. Hang on, where the fuck is it? Here it is. Boom. James Lindsay wants to tell me I have an introductory level of like understanding of Marxism. James Lindsay can eat every fucking dick. I have been using this literal circle graph for almost a year. Capitalism created the gender binary, which created the nuclear family, which upholds fucking capitalism. This is literally in the video, my How to Speak Socialist video on the Substack right now that you can find on the homepage. That's what we're talking about. God damn it. Fuck James Lindsay. Seriously? I'm sorry, I'm just taking a minute to think about all of the people who have been lied to because of James Lindsay, all of the people who have been misinformed because of James Lindsay, all of the people who will never actually see this and never bother to understand it because James Lindsay has chosen to tell everyone I have a personality disorder. James Lindsay literally got the Babylon Bee to remove a link to my work because I'm a raging narcissist that just wants attention. That happened this week. I'm shaking. I'm so pissed off right now. And there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do. There's no winning because no one listens. It's all right here. It's all out in the open. All people had to do was listen. All they had to do was listen. Let's listen again.
To be created is the establishment of a path forward. I want to suggest that Gleason is correct to note that communist opposition to the family provides a crucial path forward. She argues, quote, the family serves as a unique bastion organizing heteronormativity and through ensuring the intergenerational procession of wealth and access to fixed capital, also anti-blackness.
They're talking about the elimination of generational wealth.
Upbringings and intimacies existing outside of norms which have developed along with capitalism are widely disparaged and culturally subordinated. For as long as heterosexual parents are relied on for giving queer kids upbringing, widespread dispossession will be the rule. End quote. As such, opposition to the family provides one concrete path forward. What I find so powerful about Gleason's account is that this opposition is tied directly into the struggle for communism. She again writes,
Every single fucking thing that I've been saying for 2 years is correct. You know, there are these moments when I'm doing this where like I know all this stuff is true. I've listened to thousands of hours of this stuff. I feel very I've always felt very strongly that my analysis of it has always been correct and it just keeps getting backed up over and over and over again. And I'm sorry I'm taking a personal moment here. I understand that, but it's just like there are these times doing this where I get hit in the face with the fact that I was right all along and I've been screaming this at the top of my lungs for years and I can't get anyone to fucking listen because they decided to start the lie that I have a personality disorder and I just want attention. No, motherfuckers. I found the stuff that you weren't listening to in my community, and I won't even take credit for this. Human Centipede found this. I didn't find this. I have no problem giving credit where credit is due. My community found the things that you assholes refuse to listen to. How many more people could be informed about what's going on had Anyway.
This move will be a move towards communism, upbringings in private households replaced by communal labor, undoing the many generations of degradation and coercive differentiation. In a profoundly insightful move, Gleason connects the necessity of abolition to the necessity of communist struggle.
No shit.
I am convinced that Gleason is correct about this. The struggle for the abolition of gender cannot be separated from the struggle for communism. A properly materialist assessment of the conditions which produce gender reveals the extent to which gender is not merely a linguistic or discursive phenomena. Gender is a material relationship that can only be combated materially. The communist movement's focus on the abolition of the family is precisely what might be needed to undo the forms of economic exploitation of women, which Wittig outlines. Wittig's heterosexual society is also a capitalist society. Only real, concrete, and organized struggle can move us forward. Mere negation, senseless violence, or embrace of unintelligibility cannot be enough. In short, we must move beyond negativity. The project at hand is to adequately account for the violence of gender, the necessity of its abolition, and the
Starbright. They don't believe any children should be raised in families. They don't believe the nuclear family should exist. We've covered this extensively.
strategies for achieving that abolition in material terms. Only then will we have the ability to not only achieve abolition, but to change the world. So, what comes after gender nihilism? It is certainly not a politics of radical negation. It is not a refusal to engage in positive political struggle. It is not a refusal to define our demands. Rather, what comes after gender nihilism must be a materialist struggle against patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism, which understands and is attentive to the complex interrelations between these structures and which refuses to reduce any one of them to any other. This requires daring imaginations of new futures, discussion and communication and theoretical development which demands not just abolition, but a way to actually achieve it in a clear set of materialist theoretical principles and praxis to unite around. The abolition of gender will only be achieved as a result of the abolition of the material conditions which reinforce it with their ideologies of sexual difference. This means
That means capitalism.
destroying the capitalist system
Oh my
which produces the
god!
nuclear family as a fundamental social structure.
Fuck James Lindsay right in the ass. I am so fucking pissed off right now. Again.
But a way to actually achieve it in a clear set of materialist theoretical principles and praxis to unite around. The abolition of gender will only be achieved as a result of the abolition of the material conditions which reinforce it with their ideologies of sexual difference. This means destroying the capitalist system which produces the nuclear family as a fundamental social structure. This means overcoming colonialism and white supremacy, which rely on gendered discourses to justify their violence and establish ideologies of hypersexuality and deviance. This means recognizing that these things can only be overcome by a communist politics oriented towards the future. Abandon nihilism, abandon hopelessness, demand and build a better world.
We're literally listening to a narco-communist piece of literature right now that is driving the entire far-left radical revolutionary activist movement, and the response from the right is, wow, you're swearing a lot. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, that said every quiet part out loud. That said every quiet part out loud that I've been screaming at the top of my lungs for at least a year. I need everyone's help because I don't know. I don't know what I can do any differently to get this stuff out there. I don't know what I can do any differently to teach people. I feel like I show up every single day and I go through this material and I put it online, and I know some of you, like you guys, like some of you on Twitter are doing such a good job of trying to get the clips out there and directing people to it, and all that's fine, well and good, but like I just don't know what to do anymore in terms of like getting the material out there, in terms of it, like getting into the hands of real people. I don't know what to do. Well, if it's too much info, I mean, I'm gonna be real blunt, guys. Like, yep, you're the real victim here. You're the real victim. Yep, got it. Okay. You know, I have major influencers on Twitter talking about how I'm just an attention-seeking narcissist. I have major influencers on Twitter actively contacting media outlets telling them not to cover what I'm finding because I'm just an attention-seeking narcissist. Sorry, Miza, I misunderstood. And yet none of them are covering this stuff. And none of them are showing to people, and I just don't know. I don't know how to I don't know. I don't think this is a matter of time. They're blocking me at every turn. I don't think this is a matter of like, just keep your head down and keep doing it. They're blocking me at every turn. They have been for years. Well, I'm not actually an attention-seeking narcissist. I don't actually want to be doing any of this. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I'm not asking for answers right now, but like, if anyone has ideas about how to get my stuff out there, how to share it with more groups I can talk to, different ways to do this, please let me know, because I'm at a loss. I really am at a loss. And again, I think like the hardest moments for me are when I get like smacked in the face with the fact that I was right all along. That all my analysis was correct, that all of James Lindsay's analysis is bullshit. All of the analysis of James Lindsay's simps are bullshit, but because he's the entertainer that's playing the game, that's what everyone thinks is true. It's just it's mind, but I don't know how to counter this. I don't know how to counter the machine. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. So I'm going to wrap up for tonight. That was a lot. I appreciate everyone that stuck in through it. I appreciate everyone that stayed here through the whole thing. I appreciate everyone that offered their interpretations in the chat. I need to think about this. I could use people that would help me make clips on things. Like I can use people like if people could, if there are any volunteers that will make clips, that's something that I think would be very useful. It takes a long time to make clips and I can't keep up with it. And even when I do it live, it's just like the clips always have to have my Substack on them. They always have to have the link for them. They always have to be branded because people will steal them otherwise. Well, oh, Josh Randall. You know, even though Big Tech is an asshole, like we still love Josh Randall. Randall is a good guy. Can I get a hell yeah in the chat for Big Tech? No, not for Big Tech, but we'll do it. Josh Randall, we'll do it for you. We'll do it for you. We won't do it for Big Tech. We'll do it for you, bro. Even though I'm the only Big Tech bro in the chat. Love you guys. We love you, Josh Randall. And I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. So just look at some of my other videos, bot. They have the URL on them, the carlin.substack.com. Thank you, Sarah B. I really appreciate that. I'm really glad that you found us. Just you have to brand it, because if you don't brand it, then everyone's going to steal it. So if I could get people to start helping me with clips, I think that would be really helpful. And maybe we can set up some sort of system to make sure we're just all sharing them. This is like what we need to start taking. We need to start taking, like, one of the reasons I like Nick Fuentes and the Groypers is because they know how to counter the system. Nick Fuentes has been gatekept for years and years and years. And so if we can just take some inspiration from Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and what they're doing and how they're doing it, they have all these people that are making clips of Nick talking, right? And they put those clips out there all the time. And so, like, maybe that's something that we should do, because it's really effective in terms of like countering these narratives about him and stuff like that. And so maybe that can be something that we do. Maybe we coordinate it within the Discord. That might be a good thing to do. Anyway. It's 9:00. I'm gonna go, I think. Well, tell Big Tech to stop being an asshole. And this is the God's honest truth. I have now tried to resolve this so many times with him. I've tried so, and he just keeps perpetuating it. So tell him, like, tell him to resolve it. Because he doesn't listen to me. He is listening to you guys, though, so tell him. And right now, there are a lot of people telling him to come after me aggressively, and I'm just not. I have other shit to do. Like, it's like he seems to think that I spend all day thinking about him. I literally have other shit to do, as we've seen here. So tell him. I would really appreciate it. Everyday therapist, thank you so much. You've always been a great. I'm just like, I really appreciate you, and I know sometimes you think I haven't appreciated you, and I really do. You've always been here. I really just thank you so much. You're extremely generous. You and Victor use this to go have a romantic dinner. Maybe we will. I really appreciate it. Kazmar, thank you. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate all the support. Oh, Sin, everything is appreciated. Sin, don't worry about it. I appreciate you as well. We love you. Like, I don't care how many times you get attacked by a rock star, Sin. You're still way better than him. I have offered to. He thinks that I'm just seeking his attention. And so he doesn't want to give me attention because he thinks I'm seeking his attention. And so he won't talk about it like an adult. I have literally offered to do this. I also said, if you don't want to do this, that's fine too. I offered to do this. I mean, if you think it would help the situation, I mean, sure, fine. Sure. Anyway. We just spent 4 hours on some of the hardest anarcho-communist content that you will find on the internet. Again, I want to appreciate everyone that's here today. I love you guys. I will be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow for Socialism Saturday, and I hope you guys can join us then. And you know, I guess we just keep going. It's really all we can do, right? All right, guys, take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.